Meet your mayor and city council.
Mayor Jason Beck was elected to a 4-year term in November 2022. He was sworn into office in January 2023. Mayor Beck is a Marine Corps veteran and is the founder and CEO of Tier Tactical, a Peoria-based business that provides body armor and tactical gear to military and first responders worldwide. His focus is on growing economic development citywide, strengthening public safety, and securing Peoria's water future and infrastructure. He's a husband and father to 6 boys. Vice Mayor Jennifer Crawford was elected to represent the Acacia District in November 2022. She has more than 30 years of business and marketing experience in the private sector. With an emphasis in sales and management, she's operated small businesses, a nonprofit organization, and is currently self-employed as a consultant. Mayor Jason Beck downtown Peoria within her district, she's passionate about the revitalization of this area. Her family has lived in Peoria since 2004, with children attending Zuni Hills Elementary School. powering Peoria's water future and infrastructure. He's a husband and father to 6 boys. Vice Mayor Jennifer Crawford was elected to represent the Acacia District in November 2022. She has more than 30 years of business and marketing experience in the private sector. With an emphasis in sales and management, she's operated small businesses, a nonprofit organization, and is currently self-employed as a consultant. Within her district, she's passionate about the revitalization of this area. Her family has lived in Peoria since 2004, with children attending Zuni Hills Elementary School and graduating from Liberty and Sunrise Mountain High Schools. Councilmember Rick Stokes was elected to represent the Ironwood District in November of 2024. His career began in the United States Air Force, where he served as a telecom engineer from 1986 to 1995. Transitioning into civilian life, he worked as a network engineer and IT manager, and later co-founded his
Call the meeting to order. Here.
Here. Mayor Pro Tem Finn.
Here.
Councilmember Edwards.
Here.
Councilmember Stokes. He's here.
We're just getting through this process.
Councilmember Dunn and Councilmember Bullock.
So we have a quorum. We have a quorum. All right.
Yep.
So we are going to postpone the executive session until 4:30, until a later date, and we will come back at 4:30 for the study session. All right.
Vice Mayor Jennifer Crawford was elected to represent
Hereby call this March 25th, 2025 study session to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Beck,
Here?
Vice Mayor Crawford. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Finn.
Here.
Councilmember Edwards. Here. Councilmember Stokes.
Here.
Councilmember Dunn.
Here.
Councilmember Bullock.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. The first item on the agenda for today is an update on the emergency preparedness. For that presentation, I will now turn this over to city staff.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Had to think about what time it was. Thank you for allowing us some time to give you an update on the emergency preparedness and where we're at with that. I'm joined by our fire chief, Chief Bernard. I almost didn't recognize him with the new haircut. I had to check with our emergency manager to make sure it was the fire chief. So also joined by our emergency manager, Mark Dietrich, and our police chief, Tom Interagency. And with that, I'll turn it over to the fire chief.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. How's everyone doing? Good to see you. Thanks for having us. We want to talk about emergency preparedness, emergency management, see where we're at. We've got some experts in the field with us. One thing to note is that all emergencies start and end locally. So your police department, your fire department, they respond to every emergency that starts. And 95 to 98% of all emergencies are taken care of by police and fire. It's when we get to those top end emergencies where our emergency manager will come in. We're going to start by turning this over to Police Chief Interagency to talk about the police department. We want to kind of go over what your police department does, what your fire department does locally, because everything starts and ends locally, and then we'll move into emergency management and your role in it, what our role in is, and that'll be Mark talking about all that stuff. Chief, you want to go ahead?
Thank you, Chief Bernard. Good afternoon, Mayor Beck, members of the council. Given the need for emergency management in a time of crisis, the police department will work hand in hand with our local agency partners, whether they be the municipal partners, fire department, as always, and then also we have several federal partners that are located within the Phoenix Valley metro area that we can call upon, to include the FBI, DHS, DEA, et cetera. Most of the incidents, I think, locally, where we're going to be dealing with emergency management, especially most recently, it's going to be on special events. You'll see that we will employ the emergency management protocols for different events, such as, like, for example, the Super Bowl or dignitary visits. We've done so just recently here in Peoria with the visit of Vice President Vance back in the fall, where he came and we were able to employ emergency management protocols with not just the Peoria Police Department, but we also had Phoenix Police Department, who provided the motorcade, Peoria Fire Department, and then we had members of the Secret Service, Department of Homeland Security, and the FBI, all a part of that contingent. And the emergency management protocols are really a nationwide standard, and it works in a very fluid manner to ensure that we're maintaining lines of communication and ensuring we're communicating all on the same plane throughout the events.
And that picture, the picture I was just up is the police department working on Amber Alert in the Emergency Operations Center, the previous Emergency Operations Center. So it does get used, and Mark will talk more about that stuff. But as far as the fire response stuff, this is all what your fire department does. Emergency medical services is probably 85% of our calls, our call volume. Fire suppression, we run about 300 fires a year, including car fires, dumpster fires, grass fires, structure fires. Your hazardous materials team is at 83rd and Thunderbird. They're the busiest, one of the busiest hazmat teams in the system. Your technical rescue team is at a Station 5 up on Lake Pleasant Parkway and south of Pinnacle Peak. Both those specialties require additional 200 hours of training for our firefighters. You also have your rescue swimmer program at Lake Pleasant. They're cross-trained as boat operators up there. And then we have wildland fire response folks. So all our firefighters are trained in wildland firefighting. It's a basic 40-hour class, so you learn the basics about fighting fire. And then we have about 35 people that are on our wildland deployment team through the Central Arizona Wildland Response Team. They're dispatched to the Department of Forestry and Fire Management to go all over the state and California, Washington, Colorado, and they help with large-scale fire. State Land gives us a call. They request our resources. If we're available, we send them, and everything we pay for personnel costs and equipment costs, the state reimburses the city for that stuff. So a really good program. We've been doing that for 20 years or so, but really good program. We are in the automatic aid system. It started in 1970 in Phoenix with Tempe, Phoenix, and Glendale. The initial agreement was that they were going to do coordinated dispatching, and they would respond 1 mile into each other's jurisdiction to help each other out. As the years grew, we got in 1985, Peoria did, but as the system kept growing, we have 29 cities in there now, and with the AVLs, the automatic vehicle locators, and all the trucks, it's a seamless system where you cross boundaries based on the closest available resource to respond to that call. So a really good system. There's no borders. We have access to 29 different cities, over 400 pieces of apparatus if we needed it in Peoria. It's, like I said, GPS driven. And a really good system, but sometimes calls get a little bigger. So when emergencies escalate to a point where we need state and federal resources, or it's going to be a prolonged event over a couple of days or weeks, then we need to bump it up to our emergency manager to help subordinate the coordination through our local resources, partners rather, and our state partners and our federal partners, and that's where Mark Dietrich comes in. So we're here to talk about this, mostly what it is, who are the players, and then kind of talk about the responsibilities, what your role is in part of this. So we've had an emergency manager in the city of Peoria since 1999. Glenn Jones just retired, and we did a national search to find somebody well qualified, and we found Mark Dietrich sitting beside me. He brings a ton of knowledge and understanding to the position, which is exactly what we need right now in Peoria. He's responsible to ensure that we're prepared not only for the routine emergencies, but for the large-scale disasters that have potential to overwhelm our system. So Mark has lots of experience, spent 27 years in emergency management. He was the St. Louis County Office of Emergency Management in 1998 is where he started, and he worked his way up to the role of director there. Over the years, he's managed a lot of big-scale incidents, a radioactive landfill fire, tornadoes, floods, extreme heat and cold events, and power outages, as well as severe thunderstorms. He's been involved in planning, coordinating 4 presidential debates, 1 vice presidential debate, a papal visit, and 2 years of civil unrest in Ferguson, Missouri. So he was the interim director there when Ferguson hit, and then became the director and had to deal with all that. Most recently, he served as first emergency management director for the University of Missouri, and he led the response efforts for 4 of the campuses during the COVID-19 pandemic. He's well-versed in teaching. He teaches all FEMA Incident Command System classes, including many that would be beneficial to elected officials, city leadership. There's a bunch out there that would help. That's helped him shape his perspective, what it takes to prepare and respond to disasters, and it's given him a deep understanding of how critical it is to plan for the unexpected. So I'd like to turn this over to Mark to kind of go over emergency management, what it is, and then what all the roles are. Mark.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Mayor, Council, appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to you today about emergency management. You just heard from both the police chief and the fire chief talking a little bit about what they do on a daily basis, and they do a great job. And as Chief Bernard kind of alluded to, most of what they respond to are those emergencies that pop up. They go out, they take care of them, and then in a relatively short period of time, sometimes hours, sometimes several hours, that emergency is over with and they move on to the next thing. But I want to focus today on really that 3 to 5% of the emergencies that go to another level. And there's really, the way I classify it is there's two ways to look at this. You have emergencies that happen and a couple hours later they're done and you move on, and then there are disasters. Those disasters go on generally for several operational periods, several days, sometimes they can go weeks, months, or even years. Another way I've heard it described is emergencies are those things that happen to everybody else, and disasters are those things that happen to me. That's how people sometimes look at those. But they are really two different things. Take, for example, the wildfires that are going on in California still. Those cannot be handled by one police department, one fire department. It takes several jurisdictions working together, and that's where emergency management comes in to help coordinate those. Quite often, I like to refer to emergency management as kind of similar to your homeowner's insurance policy. It's something you pay for, you have, and you hope that you never have to use, but when you do need it, it's good to know that it's there. So in order to get to the level of preparedness that we want to be at, we have to have, or it all starts with plans. It all starts with planning. We have what I like to refer to as a suite of plans. I'm going to walk through those for you right now. The first one, as you see on the screen, is the Peoria Emergency Operations Plan. It's an all-hazards plan. What an all-hazards plan means is it doesn't matter what the disaster is, we're going to respond to it, and we're have a plan to respond to that disaster regardless of what it is that caused what happened. It's a foundation for all our other plans, serves as the coordination of resources, personnel, and efforts across all the agencies. In addition to that, I've created just recently an EOC handbook that details the structure, responsibilities, and procedures to follow in the EOC during a crisis. In addition to that, we have the Maricopa County Community Wildfire Protection Plan, which addresses obviously wildfire risks and gives a roadmap for mitigating, responding, and recovering from those incidents. In addition, we have the Maricopa County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan, which focuses on reducing risks from natural and man-made hazards before they lead to disasters. And as the titles of those plans kind of suggest, those are developed by Maricopa County with input from Peoria. In addition, there is a Peoria Flood Response Plan addressing flooding emergencies, particularly in those areas that are prone to flash floods, which are of a large concern and always has been in my career. In addition, one of the things actually I'm working on right now, and was working on pretty much all day today, is a continuity of government plan that ensures Peoria can continue essential functions and services during disruptions in routine operations. As I'm sure everyone in the room remembers in 2020 when COVID hit and there was work stoppages, there was still, regardless of where you were, whether you were in government or you were in private industry, there were still operations that needed to go on. And a lot of people were really behind the eight ball trying to figure out how they're going to do what they need to do on a daily basis. So I'm putting that together so that we have a plan in place that we can follow in the event something happens that affects the city government, that city government continues to operate and continues to function. You're going to be hearing more about that in the next couple months as I will be reaching out to get approval of that plan and to make sure that we have in there what needs to be said so that, I hate to say this, but the next time we have a COVID-like event, we are better prepared to respond to that. So I want to talk a little bit more about integrated emergency management. As I mentioned several times already, our police and fire departments are well prepared for those routine, those 95 to 98% of the emergencies that they face. But those true disasters that fall into that 3 to 5% range, could be a large-scale fire, could be a major power outage, cyber attack. That's going to require a broader and more coordinated response. So we need to have a culture of preparedness in the city, not only for city government, but for our residents in the city also. One of the ways that I'm going to develop that, or I plan on developing that, is I've created what I call the Department Disaster Committee. I call it the DDC for short, because in emergency management we love acronyms and we can't get around them. So the DDC meets quarterly. There is a representative from each one of the city departments their role is to provide input as I'm developing these plans so that everyone knows what's in the plan. They have skin in the game, for lack of a better term. In addition, they will also play a key role in staffing our emergency operations center during a disaster. So that's one way that we're going to start developing that culture of preparedness. Another way we're going to do that is with training and exercises. On your screen, you see the different types of exercises that are available to us. The first three are what we call discussion-based exercises. So that's where we have a new plan or we have a new procedure that we're putting in place. So we have a discussion-based exercise. Make sure that everybody understands what it is that is in that plan or in that procedure, and then we can find out what we're missing from there. Because I will tell you through experience that no matter how good your plan is, no matter how good your policy is, no matter how good your procedure is, until you test it, either in a real event or in an exercise, you're not going to find the things that you missed. There's always something you just didn't think of. So we go through that and we can then improve our plans. Once we've done that, we come back with those next three. Those are operations-based exercises, the drills, functional and full scale. And those just ramp up the type of exercise and get more involved and test our plans even further. So again, what we're going to do with those, or my plan, my perspective on this, is the idea behind exercises is not to try to catch people doing something wrong. It's to test those plans, policies, and procedures and develop them and make them stronger. Where there will always be room for improvement. There will always be something that we can do better. That's not identifying anything that people are doing wrong. It really goes back to those policies and procedures and plans. The cornerstone of our approach is always going to be ongoing improvement and knowledge in the process. We will never get to where we have perfection, but we will always be striving for excellence. In the current plan, we have hazards that are listed, the top hazards that can affect Peoria, Arizona. You see them on the screen right now. Each one of those can actually trigger cascading events that significantly complicate response and recovery efforts. It's not just the hazards themselves, but it's also the damage they cause that we need to be prepared for. As I've often said, that I really don't care what the disaster is, it's what happens to the community that we have to be prepared for. A lot of people always want to ask me, what are you most concerned about? And honestly, my biggest concern is that we're not prepared to respond to many of those things. So as you look at there, something like a wind event, which doesn't seem like it could be a terrible risk, could damage power lines and electrical infrastructure, leading to widespread blackouts and power outages. When combined with extreme heat, can overwhelm EMS and hospitals and result in multiple deaths. And probably, if I had to rank them, one of the most concerning, or if not the most concerning on that list, is a cyber attack, which has the potential to cause just about any type of damage that you can imagine with any of these others that you see on the screen. But they don't have the warning that typically precedes natural disasters. So that's all more important why we need to have the training and exercises that I spoke of earlier. A lot of times, I've heard this throughout my career, people believe that emergency management can simply scale up. We talked about how police and fire respond to those everyday emergencies, and we expect them to be able to scale up to the large scale. And I will just tell you that that just doesn't work. We have to be ready for those large-scale incidents. We just can't expect the officer on the beat or the fireman in the firehouse to be able to respond to a large-scale disaster that's going to need larger coordination. So I'm going to walk you through a life cycle of a disaster right now. This is kind of where I live and breathe. Normally, when you hear emergency management, you probably think of response and recovery. That's because that's what makes the news. That's what piques public interest. But there's more to it than just that. And generally, response and recovery, if you do mitigation and preparedness well, your response and recovery will work out much better and you'll look much better in the news. So I like to put a lot of emphasis on mitigation and preparedness. First and foremost, mitigation. As I mentioned, I'm currently working on the continuity of government, continuity of operations plans. That's one of those mitigation factors that we can do to make sure that our response is effective if and when that happens. You as a council member can help support my mitigation efforts by implementing city codes. Every time you pass a city code, every time you pass a building regulation or any land use planning, those all affect how we mitigate the disasters that we face here in Peoria. Also, securing funding for mitigation projects such as flood control systems or even retrofitting buildings are critical to emphasizing those future risks. So they're all things that we should keep in mind when we are not having a disaster. Moving into the preparedness phase, that is a lot of steps that go into this preparedness phase. The development of a comprehensive emergency response plan, I talked about those earlier, and that's an ongoing process. Also, one of the other things I do is organize training programs and drills, as I talked about, for first responders and city departments to ensure that everyone understands their role and can perform efficiently. Community education campaigns such as Ready, Set, Go also play a crucial role in raising public awareness about emergency preparedness. Things like emergency kits, establishing evacuation routes, and recognizing local hazards. And again, your support, and both in terms of funding and prioritization, is crucial to turning those preparedness plans into action. In the response phase, this is what everybody sees on the news. This is what everybody thinks of when we talk about emergency management. This is when we are mobilizing those plans. We're making sure that the first responders in the field have what they need. We're also forward-looking and to see what's coming in, what's going to happen in the next couple days, whereas the incident command is focused on the problem that's just in front of them. The EOC, when it's activated, is also a communications hub. I've often described that to people. If you want to know what's going on in a disaster, talk to the people in your EOC, because that's where the information is coming in. We're getting that information out to the first responders. We're taking information from the first responders, and we will be sharing that with council so that you are able to answer questions of your constituents if and when those things happen. And then the recovery. Recovery is often the thing that's overlooked, but it is a major factor in making sure that we have done a good job. As Chief Bernard mentioned at the start of this presentation, disasters truly begin and end locally. Communities have always been the first to feel the impact, and they're going to play a leading role in the recovery process. We have to be prepared to direct our resources, not only to rebuilding infrastructure, but also strengthening the community's resilience and capacity. As I mentioned earlier, your support in the mitigation phase is paramount to drive the recovery efforts. The better we do in mitigation, the better we're going to do in recovery, as I mentioned when I first started. By supporting and empowering local initiatives, we can promote a quicker, more sustainable recovery that genuinely addresses all the needs of all of those who were affected. And finally, I'd like to conclude with just a note about the success of our first ever Emergency Management Summit, which took place March 6th and 7th. I'd like to thank the leadership of Mayor Beck helping to put that on and helping to bring folks to that. We had expert speakers who covered many crucial topics, such as the role of the faith-based community in response and recovery. We also heard about water security, cybersecurity, communication redundancy. We were also honored to have Brock Long, former FEMA administrator, be our keynote speaker. His talk was very informative and did a great job with that question and answer period also. So in conclusion, I'm excited to work along with the council and the community to help strengthen Peoria's emergency management strategies and build a more resilient city. I'd like to thank you for your ongoing support and dedication to ensure Peoria's preparedness for all the future challenges that lie before us. And at this time, we're happy to take on any follow-up questions you may have. Thank you.
Councilor Bullock.
Sorry, there we go. Thank you, Mayor. So myself and Councilman Stokes also are in the IT security, cybersecurity, data protection business, and we in essence, live and die by disaster recovery. My question for you is that, in our industry, we have to have an assured, we call the assured level of recovery, where if somebody gets hit by a cyber attack, we know that we can recover them from this point, a bank, a credit union, whatever our customer is, if it's something else worse happens, we have to engage other vendors, we have to go on site, whatever. There's like, it's like an you know what moment. So as we look at the city's preparedness, it's a continual, obviously continually preparing. We're constantly growing, new threats happen to a city. Where are we, and that's again, you know, crystal ball question here, where are we on that assured recovery scale? Is like, are we close enough that if most disasters hit us today at 5 p.m., you know, we always look at that, are we confident, prepared, or it's like, hey, we're 50% there, we are still looking for additional training, additional budget, additional resources? And it's kind of a crystal ball question, but you kind of give us an idea that if something happens at 5 p.m., are we relatively assured of recovery?
Yeah, I do believe we are. Now, the question is, and I can't answer this because I don't know what the disaster is, obviously. But I will tell you that the systems are in place that we can bring in, you know, outside resources where there's mutual aid, automatic aid on the fire side, where we can bring in those resources to help us respond to that. Recovery really depends on who was affected by it, how well prepared were they, how well prepared were the businesses, how well prepared were the citizens. That's going to affect how that recovery is. So trying to put a number on it or a percentage is difficult. Sure. But I know we can recover from it. I just can't tell you it's going to be 6 months, a year, 2 years.
If I may, Mayor, Councilmember Bullock, I too have a technology background, probably about 30 years. And I mean, as you know, it's not a matter of when an event happens from a cyber perspective. It's when it happens. And so that's the important part of this continuity of operations plan. We need to know how to be able to do business absent technology. That's just a fact, you know, and we don't have our IT director here with us today, but I can tell you that, you know, we do have a solid backup strategy in place. We've got on-prem, we've got cloud backup, we've got some air gap in the infrastructure and those types of things. So those are in place, but even with those things, the opportunity for for an outage related to a cyber event is there. And so we need to know as an organization how to do business absent technology. And so that information will be in this COOP plan, continuity of operation plan that Mark's working on as well.
Thank you. And again, I wasn't expecting a number that's obviously impossible, but you know where I was going to is like, because ultimately, concluding point, as a council member, and I'm sure I speak for the many other council members, we need to know where we need to support you. So if you said, hey, we can handle a cyber attack at 5 p.m., okay, great, but we're a little bit weak, and I'm making this up, on enough resources for a wildfire, just because we talk about California, then we need to be talking amongst ourselves, saying, hey, we need to help. How can we help prepare for a wildfire? Because we don't need to direct resources necessarily to a cyber attack. That's maybe, and that's outside the scope of this meeting, but that's where I'm trying to get to. How can we support you and help you? Because again, it's not a matter of, you know, we will get hit by something. We always do. I mean, everybody's going to be. That was the direction of my question, so I appreciate that.
Absolutely, and I understand that, and just so you know, or just to put a little perspective around it, I've been here 6 months, so I'm still learning a lot of this too. That's when I mentioned earlier that you're going to be hearing from me about this continuity of government, continuity of operations plan. It's going to be having exactly those discussions that you're talking about, so that we can be prepared.
Any other members? So I'm going to bring this up. Obviously, we spent a lot of time talking about this. So our, you know, to Councilmember Bullock's point, and it's something that we've been talking about for some time, which is the communications aspect. Without communications, you know, really the breakdown of that, all else stops. So one of the things, so council knows that we're working on this is it's called the Technical Emergency Management Communications System, or TEMCS for short, since we like acronyms on everything. It would be the first of its kind in the United States. So what we're working on is a mobile communications system that we in the city of Peoria, and we just presented this to legislators yesterday, But we in the city of Peoria would stand up for not only the West Valley, but also anywhere needed across the state of Arizona if need be, whether it was wildfires in another area or natural disasters or what have you. Man-made is the more likely of the situation. Being able to have capability, and I'll give an example, 8 months ago, we had a cyber attack in the state of Texas where we had the 911 system, AT&T 911 system was down, which is the AT&T FirstNet is the system, and it was down for 18 hours altogether. 50% of Verizon users in the state of Texas were down for 12. I think it was T-Mobile users were down for like 11 or almost 12 hours as well. And we've had multiple discussions over this over the last year. I've met with personnel inside some of those organizations, and after listening to them, to take care of our citizens, we're putting it on our backs and not on somebody else, is how I would say that, right? Because I trust in the gentlemen that are in front of us. So what we're designing is this technical emergency management system that would literally allow us to be able to be completely off-grid and off capability of any other form of communications, digital or otherwise, and be able to stand up our own mesh network of communications for both public safety, both fire, police, and emergency management, and that we'd be able to reach the entire West Valley. And frankly, there's no better team to do this than Peoria. These guys are first rate and have the capability of doing this. So much so when we had our meetings at the Emergency Management Conference, other chiefs were like, I want to be a part of that, right? Which was pretty awesome. And that's exactly what we need is that buy-in. But seeing what both our fire and police officers do and all the different leadership that we have in these organizations, this is the right group to do this. And I believe that we're going to set a national standard based on this and what we're actually going to accomplish. So, and we're going to be not only putting some funding from us, but our plan is to go out, and I'm trying to get grants for this system as well. And it's going to be something where I think everybody else will follow on from that standpoint. So thank you for doing what you guys are doing. Very much appreciate it. Thank you for the presentation. Okay. Next on the agenda is a update on solid waste collection services. For that presentation, I will now turn that over to city staff. I was getting a tan from the light, so I tried to get them to turn the lights down a little bit. They were a little bright. Yeah.
The intro.
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kevin Berth, one of the Deputy City Managers here. I'm also joined by Rhonda Humbles, our Public Works Director, and Aaron Redd, our Solid Waste Manager. So the study session tonight, we're exploring managed competition in the solid waste division. So as you know, innovation is one of our top priorities. And when we think of innovation as not just an instant of creativity, it's a way of thinking about the businesses we provide or the services we provide. We're constantly looking at that. So solid waste is certainly a highly competitive business and functions as an enterprise within our financial system. As such, periodically we look at the operation of how can we improve it, and is there opportunities for privatization or other innovation. Now, keep in mind when we're talking about privatization, the commercial side of the operation is really for all intents and purposes already there. We are on an open market competition from commercial. People that subscribe to our services can subscribe to any private hauler. We're on an equal footing. So you may say, well, then why are you in the business at all? Well, we're primarily in the business because the city of Peoria is a pretty big customer for itself. We have a lot of business from our own buildings, but particularly our wastewater service is one of our biggest customers out there. We also provide service to PUSD, and we also act as a safety net for a lot of private small businesses that have difficulty finding that services. So from a commercial side, we're pretty much already in that privatized mind. So when we're talking about this, we're really more about the residential side of the equation. And the risk with privatizing is that when you're privatizing residential solid waste, it's generally a one-way street. If you go that direction, it's pretty hard to go back from that direction. And the reason I say that is the barriers to entry are quite high. If you think about the vehicles involved, we're up to almost $500,000 per truck. we need about 35 trucks to do this. That's a pretty sizable entry. Plus, you got to get about 45 drivers that have commercial driver's license. That's hard to get in a single swoop. Plus, you need to have a pretty comprehensive maintenance program, including facilities, mechanics, things of that nature. So when you get out of it, it's hard to get back into it. And so one of the things that you always have to be cautious about is that when you're getting out, there's a lot of incentives and some low pricing to get you out of it. Then once there's kind of that point of no return, the prices tend to go up. So what we've been looking at is the idea of a model that Phoenix championed for a number of years called managed competition, the term on the screen. And it's the idea of we take just part of the operation, such as a day of the week, and look at putting that up for competition. But we're also allowed to compete for it ourselves. So our own division is directly competing for that business with the private sector and going head to head to see who can manage that. Or who can perform best in that area. So before we fully commit to this idea, we wanted to learn more about how the market would view such an activity if we were to pursue it. And so to that extent, we did a request for information, an RFI as it's known, to find out what might the market say to this idea. And that's really what our conversation and presentation is about tonight. So I'll turn that over to Ms. Humbles to walk us through that next part.
Thank you. You're on a roll. I thought you were going to keep going.
I haven't even clicked the slide yet.
That's why I have it here. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Through the next several slides that we go over in our slide deck, we are going to provide information on the RFI, the request for information, the research we did with other cities, and a comparison between Peoria and the response that was received. As Kevin mentioned, it is one of our priorities, and which gets us to and encourages us to take a look internally at some of our processes and focus on improvements and to seek efficiencies. We identified, as mentioned, and focused on the residential solid waste current collection practices to compare to private vendor collection. So what encompasses solid waste? The division itself services include residential and commercial trash and recycling, special hauls, bulk trash. We also do inspections, which is an actual requirement of our waiver to collect trash and recycling 1 day a week, and that's through the county, and household hazardous waste collection. We also have quite a robust education and outreach for schools, HOAs, and events, such as Park Fest and Peoria Recycles Day. In fact, the corner in the lower right-hand corner is from this past Saturday, where we had our team out there handing out information and literature to the citizens who attended the one at Braywood Park. Our budget for the residential operating section for FY25 is just shy of $18.6 million. We have 65 FTEs in solid waste, of which 49 are in residential collection. Public Works as a whole has 171 FTEs, so it encompasses a large section of the Public Works Department. Those assigned to the residential collection, they collect this past fiscal 65,860 tons of residential trash and just over 16,000 tons of recycling. And this is a picture of a handful of our staff, about half of them. They are the professional men and women that serve our community and are committed to the collection and disposal services. I think there might also be a couple sitting behind me. All right, jumping into the research. Solid Waste went out and they surveyed the Valley cities, as mentioned, that currently contract with residential solid waste collection. Buckeye, they have been doing it for more than 20 years. Goodyear did collect up until the late 1990s, but it was manual, not automated. And by manual, that's the hand pulls. Queen Creek has always contracted the services, and Chandler collected up until the late 80s/early 90s and then contracted it out. Phoenix, as mentioned earlier, is a bit of a blend. They would do the managed competition and often just contract out an area of Phoenix and then do in some other areas in-house. But that last contract ended in 2016. Pretty much at the same time, we also reached out to and asked Materials Management for some assistance with writing the RFI and to get it posted live. It went live on 12/19. We received one response on 1/21. The committee met and discussed the information that we had received. And we, in turn, because some of the information was a little not clear, it was a little vague, so we asked for additional information, and then we received that information along with a couple other extra information items that they decided to contribute back. And that was on 2/24. So the scope itself, in talking to the other cities and internally with Waste Management, we wanted to try to keep it somewhat simple so that it would encourage people to submit, and so that we could try to do the apples-to-apples comparison. We selected a single day of collection, which was Friday, and we did that because it has a nice density and it's kind of built out. So there isn't a big question mark of maybe a big acreage area that has a potential to be developed. We wanted to keep our numbers so when we do the comparison with something we have that's locked in. We asked them to also provide and respond to our request for trash and recycle collection. And we listed in there that we do currently have 2 contracts in place with other entities for our disposal. Part of those contracts do ask us to, during the negotiation, to provide them with a minimum tonnage. So those are in place, and we did list that in there because sometimes the private contractors have their own landfill, may prefer that. But we did want to make that clear that we do have contracts, and we do have that obligation. In addition, to keep it even tighter and keeping it to the trash and recycle, we listed that the city would retain the responsibility for customer service, the billing, delivering containers, doing the education and outreach, the bulk trash and household hazardous waste. And this brings us to the response that we received. Aaron.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, or good afternoon, I should say. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. As Rhonda mentioned, the city received one response to our request for information. And to put things into perspective, the city asked for information regarding an entire day of collection. So basically an area made up of just over 13,000 homes or so. So a pretty sizable area. And then in addition, we asked for information regarding both trash and recycle collection. However, what we received from the vendor was instead a different collection model. Instead of using all of the resources to service one part of the area once a week, the vendor suggested that the area itself be split up into 5 different collection zones. So in other words, 6 trucks, 3 trash, 3 recycle routes each day. So that would mean that if under this collection model, there would be residents who experience collection changes as far as day of collection changes goes under this collection model. Now, it was interesting to note that the vendor also mentioned that our collection routes appeared to be a little too large. So on the screen, you'll see basically how hard our operators work each day. On an average trash route per day, our operators are servicing over 1,000 homes on a trash route and over 1,300 homes on a recycle route. So to split the day of collection into 5 days using the 6 trucks that you see there on your screen, the vendor estimated that cost to the city to be $26.55 per household, and this included landfill fees. Now, along with the proposed fees, the vendor's preference was to bring all of the materials to its own facilities, as opposed to the facilities that Rhonda mentioned that we have obligations to as it currently stands. And the vendor stated that the reason for that was that where the materials are actually dumped have a direct impact not only on the pricing, but also on the vendor's ability to give maximum efficiencies. So while the vendor did not provide everything that we asked for in our request, we felt that their response gave us enough information to provide a decent evaluation. So what we did was we compared the information that the vendor gave us with our own collection costs, as well as the information that we looked at when we talked to other cities. So the next slide provides a breakdown of Peoria's collection costs. So that first number that you see there, the $22.59 per household, represents the entire package, if you will. And this number includes all of the residential fund expenditures, so the 2,600 residential fund. So that includes bulk trash, the administrative costs, education and outreach, customer service, our 3 HHW collections that we offer our residents each year. It even includes our annual Peoria Recycles Day that we hold at the sports complex. And it includes landfill fees.
Aaron, if I could jump in right there too, just to expand a little bit when we talk administration. We're not just talking about the administration of the Solid Waste Division or the Public Works Department. We actually, because this is an enterprise fund, we charge overhead for all other aspects of the city, such as city manager's office, human resources, IT, finance. Those are all what we refer to as indirects, and they are charged directly to the department to cover that overhead. That overhead is still within that $22.59, so it's a very competitive price.
Thanks, Kevin. So if we were to remove some of the features and services that we included in our total package, and we only looked at the costs associated with collecting residential trash, recycling, and bulk trash, and then added in the landfill fees, that would be reflected in that second number that you see there, the $14.22 per household. And if we were to dive deeper and actually remove the landfill fees and strictly focus on collection, we're looking at that final number that you see there, $10.22 per household. So those are our estimates. We also inquired of other cities that Rhonda spoke about in the outset of our presentation. And what we found is that there were a variation not only on the services they collected or contracted, but also the associated costs. So on this screen, you'll see how Peoria compares to other cities who actually contract services. Now you won't see one of the cities that Rhonda mentioned a little bit earlier, which is Chandler. And the reason why you won't see Chandler is because it's not really an apples to apples comparison, because while Chandler has a set residential cost that they pay for, they also separately are contracting out their bulk trash appointments. And so that number, they pay $36.15 per appointment. But it's interesting to note that Chandler also pays its vendor close to $50 a ton when it comes to landfill fees. So significantly higher than the city of Peoria currently pays. Now, Buckeye recently entered into an agreement with this vendor, and it contracts all of its collection, the trash, the recycle, bulk trash, and they're paying $20.68 per household. Looking at Goodyear, Goodyear does things slightly different than the city of Peoria in the sense that while they contract out their residential trash and recycle collection, they actually handle the bulk trash collection in-house using their own staff. Queen Creek contracts out all of its solid waste collection, and that fee is $13.18 per household. So where does Peoria stand in all of this? Well, if you remember that our last slide, we work out to be roughly $14.22 per household. So to wrap it up, our costs of doing business, what we found doing business in-house is less than what was proposed by the vendor who responded to our RFI. And thinking about an added benefit, these residential expenditures allow us to provide our residents with additional services, such as the HHW we referred to. It allows us to educate our residents and stay in compliance with not only state, but county regulations. And it's also been instrumental in diverting reusable materials out of the landfill and helped us to reduce our contamination, which actually has a direct impact on processing fees. Now, another thing of note is that the vendor was reluctant to bid on single days of collection. And so the vendor's suggestion of dividing any of the current days into collection, of collection into smaller zones would mean that many residents in those areas, perhaps even in some of the subdivisions, would experience day of collection changes right there within their neighborhoods. So likely more trucks in any given area at different times of the week. The last thing that jumped out at us was our contracts for disposal. As Rhonda mentioned, each of our contracts give us minimums as far as what we need to bring in order to keep our rates low. And certainly if we fail to meet those obligations, we run the risk of paying higher landfill fees and losing perhaps our landfill space to other municipalities. So with that, we'd like to open it up for your questions.
Councilor Dunn?
So I have quite a few comments, questions. So you had an RFI, which is a request for information, go out, not a request for proposals. A lot of companies don't participate in that because they don't like to give all their information out. When you do a proposal and you set a criteria, there can be more pertinent information given. First question, though, is who is the person that responded? Was it Waste Management?
So, Mayor, Councilmember Dunn, you bring up a very good point as far as the RFI, and this definitely was the limitation. To your point about their reluctance to give you full information for fear of sharing proprietary information, they've asked that we not disclose it at this point unless absolutely necessary. And so we'd like to honor that request just because they were courteous enough to give us a response for the proposal.
So the other thing is, you know, where I'd like to see more information. I'd like to see a request for proposals because, you know, when we compare cities and even cities that are doing it themselves, you know, you mentioned Phoenix. They have their own assets. They have their own landfill. They have their own MRF. In fact, I was part of a bill at the state because it was unfair competition at one point, and we passed a bill in my previous career. The other thing is you can look at intergovernmental agreements because we have, you know, you look at when you pick up waste, you look at route density. Right across the street from Peoria is Glendale, who does have their own landfill. So there's other cities that can actually participate in requests for proposals and get pricing down. You mentioned commercial, that, you know, they service the city. And I do understand that, but one, you can sell your commercial business. Two, in the request for proposals, you can ask them to include servicing cities. And that used to be my job, and that is something that they do, you know, they'll service the city at no charge. They'll, you know, there's quite a few things, and I don't want to get on all the little details, but I think we need more information because, you know, when you just come out with a price that says, oh, look at where we are and look at all these other cities, there's a lot more entailed. And you're not going to get that information unless you get proposals from cities, from, you know, other solid waste vendors. There's also, let's see, what else do they have? Oh, you talk about expansion, you know, and the trucks, they're very expensive. We have aged equipment. We have storage that we could use for, you know, other areas of our city, police, fire, but when we, you know, mechanics, things like that. These are all things that a company can include in this. And, you know, again, we're looking at one company, and I fully believe it's Waste Management because they do have their own assets. They, you know, one company, it can be, you know, they can even tailor it. That $26, I guarantee you, is not the end result. And we could look at again, if we could put out a request for proposal, I think we'd get a lot better numbers. It would help us in liability. Look, I love our employees. I'm not, you know, oh, let's get rid of our employees. I'm saying let's look at all the options. You know, will these other companies hire our employees? Will they, you know, what benefits will they still cover? I, for one, would like a full comprehensive study or information. So, and I think the only way we can get that is a request for proposals, so RFPs. That's my opinion so far. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Any other council members? Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Just, I guess I would, one of the other things ask is any sort of further direction for us to proceed at this point.
We'll talk about it at a later date.
Okay.
Yep.
Otherwise, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I will say one thing. I think, just to add to Councilor Dunn's comment, I think where this comes from is wanting the best. She hears a lot from citizens, like, it comes down to how are we doing for each person. So I think her point is that she's not trying to go after one area or another. It's really like, how do we actually reduce costs for citizens? So I know it comes from a good place, so I just want you to know that, so.
Yeah, and I'm not like, when I came here, I met with ASME actually, you know, and because I do come from, I mean, it's no secret, I come from a past employment where we privatized companies. That wasn't my objective when I came to Peoria. I mean, heck, I got let go. What do I care? I'm looking at cost savings. I love our employees. I think we have great employees, but I am concerned with some of the other, as the mayor was speaking, some of the other costs, some of the liability. And I think not only do all our citizens deserve that, but us as policymakers deserve, you know, a comprehensive look at, and not that this wasn't, you know, to some degree comprehensive, but just a full look at everything, because I think education and knowledge is power. And I think that if we have that, then, you know, hey, if it's lower and we can do, you know, a great job, then the numbers speak for themselves. I'm not sitting here advocate, I want to privatize. I want the information, so.
Understood.
That's good. Yeah, thank
Thank
you for
you.
your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we will adjourn for no further business. Hereby declare the study session adjourned. We will be back at 6 o'clock for the regular meeting as advertised. Good evening and welcome to Peoria City Council meeting. I hereby call the meeting of March 25th, 2025 to order. Those who are able, please stand for the invocation by Shavan Janath of Hindu Shivajnanak San. And please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Namaste all. My name is Sharva Jayant and I'm a volunteer of Hindu Swayam Sevak Sangha. Prakritif panchabhutani grahaloka swarasthatha deshah kalascha sarvesham sada kurvantu mangalam. This is a verse that is part of Ekatmata Stotra, which translates to Song of Unity. Here is the meaning. Nature is composed of three qualities. Sattva, meaning purity, Rajas, which means desires, and Tamas, which means ignorance. Also, nature is a combination of the 5 elements: fire, water, air, earth, and space. It also comprises of the 7 notes of music, the 10 directions, and the time divided into past, present, and future. May all of these shower their blessings on us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Job. He was super cute. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Beck?
Here.
Vice Mayor Crawford? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Finn?
Here.
Councilmember Edwards? Present. Councilmember Stokes?
Here.
Councilmember Dunn?
Here.
Councilmember Bullock?
Here.
Councilor Youth Adam Shaw? Here. Councilor Youth Tawari?
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. If anyone would like to address the council about a matter, please submit a speaker request form, which can be found at the entrance of the room to the clerk at this time. First is presentations. I would now like to recognize city staff to give an update on several of key public safety strategic investments.
Mayor and Council, I'm going to turn it over to Deputy City Manager Travis Cutright to begin a presentation regarding a status update on our aviation unit and our real-time crime center. Travis, take it away.
Thank you, Manager Darwin. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Over the past year, we've made many strategic, very critical investments in the public safety that's paying dividends already, and you're going to hear about those. And so the two that we're going to focus on, as Manager Darwin said, is our aviation unit and our real-time crime center. Here with me at the table is Commander Smith, our Chief Pilot, Sergeant Wolf, Assistant Fire Chief, Brian Leathers, and our Fire Captain, Darren Fox. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Commander Smith.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Tonight, as you can see, I put up our mission for the aviation unit. Tonight, I will be giving you an update on the Peoria Public Safety Aviation Unit. On the slide, you will see the mission currently as it stands. The main section of this mission statement is the preservation of lives and the property within our city, and while supporting police and fire personnel with their missions in the field. Having a helicopter is a force multiplier by supporting not just police and fire operations, but also rescue operations within the city. Currently, we have one Bell 505. Seating capacity is 5. It is capable of day and night operations and search and rescue operations. The helicopter was purchased in 2023 with grant appropriations that the mayor was able to secure for the city. Our aviation unit staffing is currently the police personnel manage the day-to-day operations at the hangar to include helicopter maintenance, repair, hangar maintenance, and also documentation to the FAA and any mission-related flights. Staffing for the police department currently consists of 1 pilot and tactical flight officers. Fire personnel manage all the rescue equipment, maintaining it, making sure it's in proper order, and the training of the rescue technicians to provide patient care and rescue operation readiness. Current staffing for police is, of course, to my right, Sergeant Jared Wolf. He's a certified flight instructor and a check airman. I have to say, Peoria Police was fortunate to have Sergeant Wolf working for the department because with his extensive military background in flying helicopters, we were able to save time, money, and training since he's held several certifications and 1,000 hours of flight time. He is currently, as I stated, the flight instructor for the incoming pilots. Second on that, you see both Officer Ingram and Fernandez have been trained as tactical flight officers and are currently in pilot training as we speak. They have finished their tactical flight officer training. Officer Apple and Officer Hitz are currently in the process of being trained as tactical flight officers. Another area that we are able to save both time and money was the police department was also fortunate to have Officer Burrows join the police department about 2 years ago. Officer Burrows, as you can see there, is our aviation maintenance and power plant technician, basically the mechanic of the aircraft. Detective Burrows maintained and worked for the New York PD Aviation Unit. Not just as a mechanic, but they have quite the fleet of helicopters, so he was quite busy. He has extensive experience with the Bell helicopter and was able to set up our maintenance program and is able to perform a majority of the maintenance for our current helicopter without having to send him to a bunch of training. That was a true bonus for us. And as you see, listed on there is a future aviation maintenance and power plant technician. That is, you'll see in tomorrow's budget meeting for 2025, 2026, you'll see the request for a professional staff or a mechanic to overtake the maintenance program of the aircraft. That's fiscal savings for the police department and the city, given we won't have a sworn working on the aircraft. Industry standards, a lot of aviation units throughout the valley have gone that direction. I'll start on fire staffing on this. Fire staffing is currently 7 helicopter rescue technicians with their chief trainer being Captain Darren Fox at the end of the table. Captain Fox will be overseeing rescue technicians Captain Joy, Gingras, Kingren, Littell, and firefighter Marshall. I'll be going over the training for police. Tactical flight officers training consists of 9 months is what it takes to train one. That's the person that's sitting next to the pilot in the helicopter. They focus on the helicopters, the safety in the helicopter and outside of it, basic operations, prioritize calls for service. They direct ground units and they keep the pilot aware of geographical awareness and cockpit communication and coordination with not just our own dispatch and firefighters, but people throughout the valley when we're working with them. It consists of 3 phases. Phase 1 is 3 months, and that's training conducted in a daytime environment without the use, with and without the use of electronic mapping. Phase 2 is a 4 to 6 months where the training is conducted in a nighttime environment with and without electronic mapping. And then the last phase is where they're actually in the Bell helicopter with specific training and final evaluation phases of the training. Once completing the tactical officer training, the 2 officers that we have, Ingram and Fernandez, after they completed it, the progression is that they be trained as a pilot. This is necessary because currently we have 1 single point of failure, which is Sergeant Wolf. He's our only pilot. During that progression, they must be first a student pilot in training. They conduct, this is where they start teaching safe landing of the aircraft in the event of a pilot incapacitation. After that, it's pilot training, which is 40 hours of flight training. This is trained at one of the aviation training centers in the valley. And then after that, a commercial pilot's license, that's 150 hours of flight training. And that's required for a pilot to be in command of the aircraft by him or herself. And then when that is completed, 3 to 4 months training, will pilots get signed off on mission tasks within the department. Training for the fire side consists of ground training, where they are taught helicopter safety, landing zones, communication, and patient care. Every quarter moving forward, the fire department helicopter rescue technicians will be conducting live training scenarios to become proficient with their rescue equipment, patient transport, and extrication. Currently training through June of 2025, we have the police department has trained 3 tactical flight officers and currently have 2 of those tactical flight officers in pilot training. The fire department has trained 7 helicopter rescue technicians for their side of rescue. Both the police and fire department has leveraged our partnerships with agencies in training our personnel. Because we have a new helicopter, the training and to get it up and functioning, we relied on our partnerships throughout the valley. That being, because of the mutual aid and support, we have estimated a cost savings of about $400,000 from Phoenix PD training our 3 TFOs, since those are each 6 months long, and about a $300,000 cost savings by MCSO training our personnel in rescue training. The costs were determined, of course, by the helicopter's maintenance use and hours that our people are spent training with other agencies. Additionally, our private partnership with Bell and our new formed partnership with the National Aviation Community and Conference, we had the opportunity, where Bell, we attended a conference. Bell wanted us to speak at that conference, and they were able to give us $35,000 in training credits, which will certify the 2 pilots that you saw, Ingram and Fernandez. That will cover their costs for their Bell certification. As I've stated before, we are still in the training phase of our helicopter and training the people, but in turn, when we do train in the helicopter, we're having to fly over and our training is in the city of Peoria. In turn, during those training sessions that we have had, we still are available to respond for calls for service if requested or we're available. As I've put up here in front of you, this is the total calls for service that we have responded to since we've had the aircraft in training. Of those 113 calls, 95 were priority 1 and 2 calls. We assisted with 7 missing persons, 12 felony arrests, 4 misdemeanor arrests, 10 fleeing suspects, 2 reckless drivers, and 2 stolen vehicles. I have provided council with a handout that also highlights several, I believe there's 9 on there, outlining cases that the air unit worked in conjunction with our ground units and the fire department on several occasions, because some of them were not just crime-related, but preservation of life-related.
It's amazing to think that we're still not fully deployed, and to think that we've already saved lives and made critical arrests and those things. So when the chief talks about force multiplier, the proof's in the pudding.
Next, I'll go into our maintenance schedule. I thought this was important to include in it because just like we all have vehicles, a helicopter is a high-tech vehicle, let's just call it that. So it requires continual maintenance. Some of that is required by FAA, some of that is required by Bell, and some of that is required by Safran, which is the engine that's in the helicopter. So currently, our maintenance schedule, as seen on the slide, every 25 hours, 50 hours, 100 hours, and 150 hours, we have to perform maintenance on the helicopter. Each one of those maintenance have an hour assigned to them or days, depending on how long it takes for us to do that maintenance. Then at the 300 hour, we have to actually outsource that because even though we have a mechanic, it's some of the tools that you have to use can cost in excess of $1 million, and we don't have the facility big enough to hold hoists and all that. We have to send that out to Sholo, and that takes some time. So you can see there we have a 300, 1,000, and 3,000. Also, if you kind of look at it as a car, I keep using that as an example. Those are our scheduled maintenance, but we also have unscheduled maintenance. This is stuff that comes up because we do use it. It is in the air, it vibrates a lot. These are unplanned, unscheduled maintenance. Since we've had it, I've given you briefly of the days it has taken us due to the problems that are, I wouldn't say problems, it's wear and tear on the helicopter itself, or as you see the 9 days there, that was a computer problem with electronics that were in the helicopter. Why I want to point this out is on an average for the maintenance, if you look at what we've put there and the hours that we have to perform, both scheduled and unscheduled, a lot of times a helicopter can be down days-wise 3 to 4 months. Now, that being said, we try to down it for the planned maintenance when it's not in the air, when we're not operating it. So if we were operating it Monday through Thursday, we would down it Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the maintenance for 1 to 3 days. But on average, industry average, helicopters down 3 to 4 months, all depending. That being said, with having a helicopter that can be down at that for unscheduled and scheduled events, it really cuts into the time for us to support both fire and police in our missions. The additional benefit of an aircraft, another aircraft, it would increase our mission capability for both police and fire because it would put us, we wouldn't be setting for the downtime. One helicopter would be down, the other one would be up. It would increase time between overhauls, meaning we can plan out even better the overhauls that happen, and we plan that the overhauls take place while the other aircraft is maintained and not going to go down for a substantial amount of time. It increases the longevity of the fleet. It also increases the availability because there are incidences where one helicopter may be taken on a rescue type situation and you may need to have another helicopter out performing other missions. And again, as I stated, it reduces downtime for our helicopter. Currently, right now, we are doing 4 days a week, and that is mission training for both police and fire. Starting next month, the fire department will be starting their training with the Bell 505 because they were trained by MCSO, and they also went to some, I'll have to let them talk about the training that they attended prior to that, but they will start that next month. So April of 2026, we will be fully deployable. That will have us, our pilots trained, as you saw. It takes a while for the TFOs to be trained and then another year for pilots. Some of that does vary because we do have some of the gentlemen that are being, that are in our unit have some pilot time. So that can vary, but I gave you the hard facts of 9 months for TFO and one year for a pilot. We'll be fully deployed. We'll have 6-day coverage if a second helicopter is approved. It's just because of the downtime, and we'll have the crews set up by then. That gives us 2 crews, 1 day and 1 night operation, and 1 PD fire search and rescue crew. I thought it would be prudent to give you an example of, since the aviation unit has been up and in training of one of the cases that we worked, and how it is a force multiplier. In this case, we're using 2 of the resources in the PD, but we had a case that happened at 91st and Union Hills. It ended up being a shoplifting of about $1,000. As the call came out, the Realtime Crime Center located the vehicle and was tracking it with both flock, which, with our LPRs and our traffic cameras. And they were able to see the vehicle fleeing and requested the air unit to assist. The thing was, cameras can only go so far. And the last location that the vehicle was actually seen was in the area of 91st and Olive. The air unit came over, at that point started searching for the vehicle. They were able to locate the vehicle, and then I'd like to just play, we downloaded a clip from the air unit's camera system, and I'd just like to play it for you real quick. Show you the results of what happened.
He's actually down here running around. What we got for fuel? There's a tree next to the shed on the south side. There's a ladder going up to it, closest to where that Silver Explorer's parked in. Yeah, one exiting the shed. He's on the ground. Looks like he's flying with the officers right now. All right, officers are taking that subject into custody.
You're taking the subject into custody for you.
I didn't make that station.
What I failed to mention in that video before I go to the very last slide is the reason we were able to locate the individual, he was actually in that shed that you saw, but the FLIR, which is able to see heat sensors, can see that, it can sense that heat inside that structure. That's how we were able to locate the individual, which was in, of course, he wasn't in his backyard, he was in somebody else's. So, and if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them, and I may direct some of them either to Sergeant Wolf if it's his technical side that's needed, and including the fire department.
Councilor Bullitt. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. So again, not my world, so I'm going to ask for some help here. It would seem like you have to have two, a pilot and a technical flight officer or tactical flight officer, sorry. What is it, the TFO stands for?
Tactical flight
Thank
officer.
you. So tactical, you have to have in essence two in the helicopter at any one time for obvious reasons. So a pilot can fly for, I assume, is that 40, a 40-hour work week? Is that also to apply to pilots, or are there restrictions on that? A shift, like a weekly shift, what does that look like?
Councilmember Bullock, thank you for the question. The pilots are limited to crew days of up to 14 hours. We, by policy, limit that to 12 hours without additional supervisor approval. It's not necessarily set to how many days, like a 40-hour week. When they talk about a 6-day deployment schedule, that's putting our flight crews on a 5-day work schedule to facilitate six days a week staffing. But there is no set number of days, it's more hours, and then after those hours, they're required to have a certain amount of crew rest. We mandate, industry standard is 8 hours, we mandate 10.
Okay, and just so roughly, how many hours a week would a typical pilot be allowed to fly? It makes sense what you're saying, but how many hours roughly?
So pre-planned flights we plan to fly is 5 hours a day. That's over day and night. So they would have a pre-planned schedule of a day flight and a night flight, and then during the hours where they're not actively flying, they would be available listening, monitoring radios, and have the availability to respond out to calls for service or assistance as needed. And then we'll use model either through Corona Solutions or modeling for calls for service to see what the most effective times that we can deploy the aviation unit to have the most effect to support patrol and the fire department.
Got it. So I guess the question getting at 168 hours in a week, if they're able to fly 40 hours times 2, you're looking, you need 5 pilots, 5 TFOs just for a minimum staffing. So are we saying that by 2026, basically a year from now, we'll be at that point where we'll have those 10 staff members, I'll use that term, staff members to meet that 168 hours? Because again, obviously, you understand that as well as I do. If you're not flying between 2 and 4 a.m. because you don't have staff, well, that's hard because when something happens at 2:30, then it doesn't provide any benefit. So by April 2026, will we be at that 168 hours staffed with the 2 that need to be in each helicopter, or in the helicopter each time?
Let me chime in real quick. Yeah. So the critical nature and time periods, they're only going after peak time periods specifically. So with one helicopter, right now they're only utilizing so much time and then if a second one was deployed, you would have overlapping hours and also downtime and things like that for maintenance, which was pointed out. There's only going to be, you're not going to cover 24/7. Neither does Phoenix, neither does Maricopa County. Yeah. So you're only going to use it during assess times. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor Beck, that's correct. So essentially, the 2 schedules have a 2-hour downtime between the 2 schedules. They work an 8-hour shift. There's 2 hours where there's no one scheduled. However, because it's 8 hours, they can slide their schedule as needed if there was a need for the aviation unit. But we only plan for 130 hours of actual flight time per month for fully deployment. And those hours are based on, as the mayor stated, those are based on need. We're not flying 24-hour operations. And we only have, working-wise, about a 20-hour window, and then we have a 4-hour built-in window each day that we can perform maintenance during.
Gotcha, and that makes sense. Appreciate that. Second question is, you have one helicopter. It's down for maintenance. Let's say it's down for a week for a specific servo. Something goes wrong with the engine, what have you. Right now, today, or let's say April, whenever that one is ready to go, how do we cover that downtime with just one helicopter? Let's say you just have one. Would you have to rely on, I would assume, Phoenix, Glendale, or other agencies to fill that void when we don't actually have a physical helicopter to take advantage of because it's in for maintenance? How do we fill that void because emergencies happen, without us wanting to know, or without us picking the time?
Thank you for the question. Yes, that is right now, that's what we would have to rely on, is we would have to rely on Phoenix, MCSO, DPS, our other agency partners who have aviation assets to support those during those downtime. I believe that was the emphasis for if we can get to the second helicopter. With 2 helicopters, we reduce that availability time of downtime from that 3 to 4 months a year down to 0 with 2 helicopters for planned scheduled maintenance.
Got it. And is that, let's say you help using Phoenix, for example, to help us during a downtime, is that an intergovernmental agreement that does that, or is there some type of other agreement, just from my knowledge?
Yes, that's done through mutual aid, and then just like any of the aviation units or going out to another agency, it would be based on their availability.
Okay, thank you.
It would also be the same with us, with other cities, for West Valley cities, and also if Phoenix needed ours as well. So, Councilor Finn.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of clarifying questions. You said that you were planning on about, if I did the math right, 130 hours in a month or 5 hours per day. So that's 4.3 hours to 5 hours per day. That's the plan on how often that helicopter is going to be in the air. Did I understand that correctly?
That's what we do thank you, Councilmember Finn, for the question. Yes, that's how we plan the scheduling part of it. That equates to 130 hours or 1,560 hours of total per year. That's the number that we use for planning for fuel, maintenance, and to come up with the numbers that we use for the presentation. And so that's kind of what we would try to stick to. It doesn't necessarily mean that we have to fly 4.5 hours every day. If we have a day that requires us to fly 10 hours, then maybe the next day our crews would go to a standby status where we wouldn't fly, and then we would just be available as call out or as needed. And then we would try to stick with that 130 hours a month of total staffing.
Understood, but for planning purposes and scheduling maintenance and different things, you're assuming about 4.5 to 5 hours per day?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So if I look back at that maintenance schedule on the 100-hour, I think it's 300 hours, 700 hour, and 1,000 hour, is that correct? If you go back to that slide?
One more.
Okay. So the big checks that we have to get, I used to call them A, B, C, and D checks. So to get to the 1,000 hour, where it's going to be down for 7 days, we're looking at about 200 to 225 days before we get into a 3-week downtime period. And we'd be about 2 years, right around that mark, to get to the 3,000 hour. Is my math pretty close to that?
You're Councilmember Finn, you're very close on those estimates. Right now, we project if we can get to that 1,560 hours, what we're planning to be operational, we would hit that 3,000 hour mark in April of 2027, which is when we would hit that 3,000 hour. We call that a TBO. That's time for overhaul. So right now, that's projected for April of 2027 is when we're expected to hit that.
Sorry, just making a note. And then just a quick question on where we take that to. Are there places that can do that in shorter time period? Is that just the closest? Is that the only one?
So there are only 5 flight service centers that can do the overhaul in the United States. Sholo is the closest. So that's why we use Sholo. We're under contract with them. They're also under contract with MCSO and DPS for their Bell products. They're also an Airbus overhaul facility. And that's just for the airframe side of it. That does not include the engine overhaul. They're 2 separate components, aircraft and engine. Engine is a Safran product, and that has to go back to Texas to get their overhaul, depending on the level, and potentially back to Italy.
Okay, and then one final question. Do the Bell helicopters come with their own certification? For example, a pilot can't fly an Airbus and a 737 or a Boeing and be certified on both. Are the Bell helicopters the same way? Is there different certifications on those?
Councilman Flynn, no, the Bell helicopter that we have, what you're talking about is called a type certification. So you would have to get something in a heavy lift category, which is over 12,500 pounds, where you would need a type certification. The only certification that they require for this is a commercial certification, a commercial pilot's license. That's at 150 hours. And then we, on the insurance side and the city side, require them to get a Bell 505 certification certificate, which means that they've completed factory training for emergency procedures. That's a 5-day school that we send them to, Bell factory certification, under Bell's pilots and their instructors, where they do full down auto rotations, which is basically turn the engine off on the helicopter and land it to the ground. That's the only two certifications we require. They have to have a commercial pilot's license. Technically, also have to have a Class 2 medical certificate, and then a Bell certificate for the aircraft.
Thank you.
On the, if there is a second aircraft, what does it push out the 3,000 hours to by adding that?
A second aircraft would push, sorry, Council, or
That's okay.
Mayor Beck.
You're all good.
The second aircraft would push the 3,000-hour TBO till 2029.
So 2 additional years past where?
Yes.
Can you go back to the video for a second? If you could just forward that a little bit. So pause, please. Can you pause it or no? Nope. Who's controlling the
pressed the
video?
wrong one, sorry.
Yep. Can you pause, you pause or no? Sorry, go ahead.
Is it
Do
the
we have
top
that-
button for
Or do we have
pause
that
it?
ability to pause it on this or no? It just starts to play it. It's okay. Play it all the way through. It's good.
I'll let him.
The tree next to the shed on the south side, there's a ladder going up to it, closest to where that Silver Explorer's parked in.
So where the circle is, I just want to point this out. Officer Wolf, how long have you been a police officer?
I've been a police officer since 2009.
2009.
So 16 years.
You can stop it, right? And then go back to the 16 years. Can you go back to the data as far as saves or involvement?
I'm sorry.
The involvement, so actions. Keep going.
Oh,
The number of stats.
Perfect. Next one. There you go. So 16 years. Out of 16 years, being able to have a potential suspect like this, being able to see before you guys are all standing there, do you know if he's coming out with a rifle or not?
Mayor Beck, no, we do not. And I believe in this case, we did recover a gun in that shed.
So do you believe in your heart, do you believe that this tool that you guys have, this asset that it has, potentially saves officers' lives in this case?
I absolutely think it's a force multiplier and saves lives of officers and citizens. This person, without the aviation unit and the Real-Time Crime Center, probably never gets caught that day.
Yeah. So just so citizens understand this, this is a tool. And this asset, this tool, is meant to bring this gentleman home. It's meant to bring these gentlemen home. That is what I care about. I care about saving their lives more than anything else. And I hear the smirks, and I hear little comments and stuff like that, and I see little parades of articles and social media stuff. You have to ask yourself, do you care enough about Wolf or Faith, or I could name 100 officers, I could name 270 of them. Do you care enough about them to be able to come home to their families at night? That's the reality of it. Do you care enough about them to be able to come home to their families? This is one tool. I could say the same thing about fire. Knowing that you have a heat signature in a building, using a thermal camera, to fire, how big of a capability is that, knowing where you're able to see fire and stuff like that in a building? A little bit or a lot? A lot. All these actions, for just citizens that are listening to this or watching this or here in the room, what we care about is this is one asset to the overall capability. Mind you, we wrote a grant, we got this asset for free. I think every single citizen in the city of Peoria paid less than 10 cents if you actually did the math. 10 cents, because it came out of state funds. That's the whole point of this thing. Now, do we have ongoing costs? Absolutely. Well, those ongoing costs go to saving a life. And if you can't look at it that way, I can't really do much for you at that point. But what I care about is that his kids get to see him come home at the end of the day. That's what I care about. And that is the strict action of this council, is to try to make sure that our safety and well-being of our citizens, including the people that work here, come home to their families. So, any other questions from council at all? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, thanks for what you guys are doing.
Mayor, as we cycle out officers, we're going to give another presentation and update on our Real-Time Crime Center.
I feel like I just saw you guys yesterday.
It's on that same PowerPoint.
Just trying to get rid of us, not that easy.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about a technology-driven initiative that is transforming the city's public safety and the efficiency of our police department, our Real-Time Crime Center. I'm Lieutenant Jason Tarrant, and I am fortunate to have been selected to lead this project and watch the implementation of the Real-Time Crime Center. Also with me is Sergeant Michael Lesher, who is the supervisor for the Real-Time Crime Center and has played an integral part in the design and implementation of the center. If I could go a little bit off script right now, I just want to take a quick opportunity to sincerely thank all the departments in the city that assisted with the implementation of this. This was not just a police initiative. I got to work with some really good people in the city, and that's what I love about this city, is departments coming together and collaborating to reach an ultimate goal. So being able to work with, just to name a few, our IT department, our facilities department, traffic engineering department, and numerous others and contractors. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to them and thank them for all their hard work that they put into this. When I was first selected to lead this project, I thought it would be a great resource for the city and the department, but I never realized until I immersed myself into this project what an absolute game changer the Real-Time Crime Center would be for the safety of our citizens, guests to our city, and the safety of our first responders, officers, and firefighters. In a short time, I have witnessed real-time technology being leveraged to provide essential, actionable information to first responders, allowing them to respond in a safe and effective manner, locating suspects, saving numerous amounts of man-hours, and ultimately keeping our citizens and themselves safe during critical incidents. So what is a real-time crime center?
Mayor, Council. So we define our Real-Time Crime Center as a technology hub focused on utilizing, leveraging technology and data analysis. It equips our first responders with real-time, actionable insights, intelligence, and to overall improve situational awareness that we're seeing is ultimately enhancing the safety for both the community and our first responders. With that in mind, the Real-Time Crime Center, as some of you saw yesterday, was far more than just a technology hub per se. The term you heard tonight multiple times is a force multiplier, and we built the Real-Time Crime Center around that in order to directly support our community and our first responders. To kind of understand how we came to be, Lieutenant Trent will then kind of guide us through a timeline.
So I want to say it was in early 2023, right here in this room, Peoria City Council, Mayor, approved and facilitated an intergovernmental agreement with the Department of Public Safety, who contributed $2.6 million to equip, build out, and operate our Real-Time Crime Center. In early spring of 2024, the design of the center began, and the Pinnacle Peak Safety Building, which already existed and is located along the Lake Pleasant Parkway, was selected as the location. Half houses fire. The other half used to be our North Station, but with their move to the new North Station, it kind of was frequently used but remained dormant for some time. So a cost savings was we already had a building that existed, and we were able to outfit that for the Real-Time Crime Center. In February 2025, The center was staffed with 4 employees, myself as the lieutenant, Sergeant Lesher, and 2 detectives. Since February, these detectives and the sergeant have trained in numerous centers throughout Arizona and California to get an idea of what real-time crime centers were doing and the capabilities of them. What we've also requested, hopefully, fingers crossed, in this next fiscal budget was to add 2 additional civilian investigator positions to the center, which would allow us to expand our hours of operation and our days for coverage. Throughout February and March, numerous amounts of technology began to come into the center. Once portions of those integrations began to go live, Sergeant Lesher and his team started to do some training on their platforms within the center. During this short time, still in the training phase, we have seen numerous successful deployments of the Real-Time Crime Center and have assisted on numerous calls for service, and we'll highlight a couple of those here shortly. This was all done with limited resources, as we are still having other platforms and cameras brought into the center. We're still kind of in the infant stage of the growth of the Real-Time Crime Center. And then yesterday, the mayor, along with city council, our city management team, and our police executive leadership team, they officially dedicated the Real-Time Crime Center with a ribbon-cutting ceremony to our citizens and to our department. Now that we are operational, let us tell you a little bit about what our mission is going to be.
Mayor, City Council, so in order to ensure we are, maximizing our impact as that true force multiplier to guide our operations and really drive success, we established our goals here. The first one is going to be to improve our response times. We're finding that calls at the Real-Time Crime Center can assist on. We're arriving on scene virtually 67% of the time before an officer is even arriving on scene. And our response time to arriving on scene is right now approximately under 1.5 minutes. With that, it comes with the suspects or victims' vehicles are being located before officers are even arriving to calls. We're giving key information to them that they can utilize on their way to apprehend individuals, locate missing children, locate victims in car accidents to really divert our fire resources to. Another goal is to provide more efficient and effective services. With access to the real-time information, the real-time data, we are pushing that out to the officers, our first responders out in the field, and they're making more informed decisions, which is ultimately leading to smarter deployments, quicker case dispositions, and just overall more efficient services from the Peoria Police Department and fire. We also want to increase our situational awareness. The Real-Time Crime Center consistently monitors priority traffic, evolving calls for service. We're providing updates to the officers out in the field, suspect movements, potential threats, hazards, and kind of pairing that up with crime trends. The officers we find are we're enhancing their decision-making skills out in the field. The Real-Time Crime Center also wants to support investigations through data analysis in the event of delayed reporting or we can't apprehend the individual. The Real-Time Crime Center will then gather whatever information or intelligence they can get their hands on and push it to the respective investigative units to help. The intention there is to accelerate case disposition, resolutions, and it's ultimately going to save the department work hours, and we're hoping to decrease caseload on our detectives. One of the main priorities is going to be, obviously, the goals is to enhance community safety and that of our first responders. One way for our community safety is we're integrating all of our schools' cameras and working currently with some of our charter schools to bring their cameras into the Real-Time Crime Center. God forbid some type of critical incident were to occur, that information from the cameras is going to give officers arriving on scene or responding that immediate situational awareness. Them acting with that information, their response is going to be quicker, more effective. Their overall response is going to be more strategic in manner and ultimately saving lives.
Oh, got to go back. All right, so Sergeant Lesher mentioned the Real-Time Crime Center being a force multiplier. And within Real-Time Crime Center, as I did when I first dove into this, you think about fighting crime. But what we've realized in a very short time, and what we realized by visiting other centers, is this is a force multiplier for public safety overall. It can be, the Real-Time Crime Center can be used in a multitude of ways, all enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of our first responders to provide critical services to keep our communities safe. One of these aspects that we've been seeing is how the center can assist the fire department with response to calls. Our detectives within the center can immediately, virtually be on a call for service to include serious injury collisions, possibly building fires if we have cameras there. And they can provide this critical information for our responding units to include the fire department about number of individuals involved, severity of incident, and this will allow the fire department to make informed decisions on resources that are required on scene. And why this is critical is the life-saving measures. If they get to the scene with the proper resources and they're not waiting, those minutes count when we talk about saving lives. We visited a center in California, and they've actually embedded a fire personnel within their real-time crime center. And they were telling us stories about just the amazing things that was able to be done, down to the fire personnel being virtually on scene on a camera and providing life-saving measures to a citizen on scene through dispatch, and they're providing life-saving measures until fire can get there, and they're giving it play-by-play, what to do and how to do that, where to put a tourniquet, how to do compressions, the whole 9 yards, and saving people's lives. I mean, it's just amazing what this Real-Time Crime Center is going to be able to do, not only for PD, but for all public safety. So now what we would like to do is we would like to actually give a couple of case studies that we've had just in our short time there. These are right out of our Real-Time Crime Center that we've seen some really good benefits from.
Mayor, Council, so on February 12th, this is when this incident occurs, but it's actually pretty interesting because the day before, we kind of integrated the technology into the Real-Time Crime Center where we can monitor live 911 calls. So when a 911 call comes in, it doesn't only just come into dispatch traditionally, it also comes into the Real-Time Crime Center so we can allocate whatever resources we need to. So on this one, we're able, this is one of the first in a training environment, we're able to monitor this 911 call where a citizen reported a female being beaten, assaulted by a male subject. The Real-Time Crime Center was able to monitor this call and was able to pick up this individual leaving the scene. And this was all before a call was even being dispatched for officers. There was no officers being sent to this call at this time. So we're able to monitor this individual on their cameras until he kind of dipped into a commercial lot, and we're able to guide the responding officers straight to this individual. I think this is a really notable and significant arrest because this individual, was arrested for the crimes that we were investigating that day, but he had a plethora of warrants out for his arrest that all involved with violent crimes. So it was a really good arrest.
And then just to point out, without the Real-Time Crime Center, so you got to imagine that when a 911 call comes in, you have a call taker and you have a dispatcher, and depending on the type of call, if it's not like life-saving right now, there's a delay in getting that information to the dispatcher and out to the field to the officer. You're thinking maybe 4 to 5 minutes. And then depending on the location of the officer within the field to get to the actual location is another couple of minutes, depending. So you could talk about 5 up to 8 to 10 minutes response times on some of the calls with all these factors coming in. Typical response is going to be to the address that's dispatched. To get there, you have an individual walk away and an officer responding, and this individual over that 10 minutes can cover a couple of miles. This particular individual was going into parking lots and getting off the beaten path, and we were monitoring the whole time. Without the Real-Time Crime Center, officers would have done what we're supposed to do and go directly to the scene. With the Real-Time Crime Center, they were able to direct other officers, one to the scene, another officer directly to this subject and take him into custody within minutes. This is very important, especially when you talk about a DV incident, is a couple of fold. One, we save numerous work hours because if we don't catch that guy on scene, now you're talking about pinning it to detectives investigations, you're talking about hours of work hours that are going to be on the back end. And then typically what we see in a domestic violence situation in that circle of violence is the longer that it takes to get an individual like this into custody, the less likelihood that that victim is going to want to prosecute because they'll go back into that honeymoon phase. The less likelihood you're going to get prosecution, but you can shorten that time. So by doing this, not only did we get him into custody and save the city time, the likelihood of getting a successful prosecution went way up and stopping that violence for that young lady.
Mayor, City Council, so the second one we have is missing and endangered. We fielded a call from a concerned family member who reported his father had gone out for a haircut for several hours before he was calling us for help. It was reported that he left the home in his vehicle and his whereabouts were unknown. He didn't have a cell phone. There was no way to actually track his whereabouts. And there were some other underlying issues that allowed us to, I guess, express concern for his well-being. So utilizing our new LPR technology, we were able to find the elderly gentleman driving along Bell Road from Peoria to Surprise, from Surprise back into Peoria. And at one point he was going back and forth with him from Peoria to Glendale. And about that time, because we were able to narrow him down to a certain area, we summoned the help of the Aviation unit, and they were able to respond to the area, and they located our citizen and returned him to his family safe. So.
And then again, without the assistance of the Real-Time Crime Center, we've seen these stories on the news. You get some of our elderly population that are out driving and they get turned around and they get lost and they end up out in the desert for days or wherever they might be. But by leveraging this technology, we were able to successfully find this gentleman, return him safely to his family, and really thwart what could have been a tragic incident for this entire family. So these are just
if I could just interject for a second. We've used the term LPR a couple of times in the previous presentation. Could you explain what LPR is?
Yes, City Manager Darwin, LPR is a license plate reader. It's a LPR is commonly referred to as automatic license plate reader technology that right now we're leveraging through Flock. And it's essentially, it was able to take pictures of license plates and vehicles, essentially.
So why this is important, and I'm glad you asked, Mr. Darwin, is that when the family gives us and says this is the vehicle he's driving and we know his license plate, we can put that within the system. And then when he hits one of our cameras, it automatically alerts us that that plate you just entered and the reason you entered it for just hit at this location. And then if it hits another one, we can track that vehicle's movement. This one was very successful because we also had the air unit up, so as we got hits, we could get the air unit in that general area with the description of the vehicle. They were actually able to locate the vehicle within that area, bring a lieutenant directly to this gentleman, and that's how we were able to locate him. So these are just a couple of examples of what the Real-Time Crime Center is capable of. I mean, the pinnacle's not even close yet as we're, again, in our infancy stages. But as you can see, the Real-Time Crime Center is an absolute game changer for the city of Peoria, the Peoria citizens, and the Peoria Police Department. It allows us to work smarter, respond faster, and keep our communities safer. Investing in the Real-Time Crime Center is an investment in public safety, officer efficiency, and crime prevention, ensuring our city stays ahead of and appropriately responds to criminal activity and other critical incidents with cutting-edge technology. Is there any questions?
Commissioner Bullock.
So yesterday I had the opportunity to come with the rest of the mayor and council for the grand opening, the ribbon cutting, very impressive from a technology point of view. So two things you and I talked about this a little bit, surveillance of citizens, kind of just talk that a little bit, and then facial recognition, which of course the technology exists, but that becomes a surveillance issue. So you and actually, we actually had a decent dialogue about that. If you can just talk about those two separately on how the Real-Time Crime Center is not a I'm not trying to steal the thunder there, but a surveillance mechanism. There's a data collection and matching system, although the technologies could plug in. So kind of give us an idea of where we're going with that, if at all, please.
Councilman Bullock, Mayor, Council. So, yeah, first speak to the facial recognition. Yes, the technology is out there. However, we don't have that integrated into our real-time crime center at all. Like you said, it's not a surveillance tool. Any information or that we're bringing into the real-time crime center has a legitimate law enforcement purpose. I can speak to specifically to the license plate readers. The license plate readers, they're all public facing. Our cameras are all public facing. They're placed in areas strategically where there's not an expectation of privacy. The LPR cameras aren't recording personal identifying information. It's taken, it's all characteristic based, license plate and the car itself. That information, again, regarding to LPR, it's not kept by us, it's by third party. And in order for us to access that, we have to have a law enforcement reason to justify access to that. And that's all audited and tracked. We run audits monthly, specific, and that's across all of our technology that we're integrating, just for a safekeeping and transparency.
And then also, just to confirm, you kind of went the auditing part. There is to make sure I understood you correctly yesterday, there is in essence a log file kept of every login, log out, data access, license plate track, access to the system, so we can go back. If there's any legal issues, let's face it, we're in a litigious society. If a citizen want to go back and say, hey, I feel something went wrong, we can go back and look at that log file and say, Officer so-and-so, figuratively speaking, access that data at that time. Can you please explain to us why you needed that data, that opportunity that is available right now, correct? In essence, generating the log file so we can see all the access of data, log in, log out, that type of thing.
Yes, you are correct. It's all time-stamped. In order to gain access to the system and run queries, it'll be tracked, and you have to have a law enforcement reason in order to do it, an active investigation and whatnot. And those audits are conducted by myself and Lieutenant Tarrant. We're the administrators over those technologies, and any users that come in, they have to provide proficiency training, and then those records are also audited. Thank you, sir.
Councilor Crawford.
Thank you for the presentation. You had mentioned an integration with the schools, including charter schools, I believe. Do we have any current integrations with any schools in PUSD right now? And what does that process look like in order to fully integrate?
Yes, Councilman Crawford, thank you for the question. So we've currently been working with Peoria Unified School District. They have unique cameras to the system that we're using to do the integration. However, with the platform that we bought, what we're going to build out is we're going to integrate pretty rapidly all their high schools. We've already started with Centennial High School, so we do have Centennial High School already within our system. I'm reaching back out to them this week to start pushing that to the other high schools within Peoria. And then what we're waiting for is the two companies, the company that owns the cameras within the school system, and then our company, to create a way to get those cameras within our system. However, in the meantime, we're going to be running their cameras on a standalone system, so we'll still have access to all the elementary schools to do that as well. We've put together a memorandum of understanding. It's right in line with Glendale Police Department's Real-Time Crime Center, who has already integrated a lot of the schools, because PUSD crosses boundaries for both cities. And there's very detailed when and why and how we would access those cameras. We're not going in there unless there's a legitimate law enforcement purpose to go into their schools. We're not monitoring anything from their schools. It's just if there is a call for service in there, to be able to go in and to give direction to our responding units as to what they're going into, and appropriately get those resources to the school.
So again, incredible, like we saw you guys yesterday and went through this process. Absolutely incredible from where we started. Commander Steele was one of the very first conversations I had with him on this back when I became elected. And we started putting the budget together around this and going through the cameras and the requirements and the systems and everything else like that. It's absolutely incredible to see it actually come to fruition at this point. Our initial thought was it was going to be under $1 million, and then I think we started challenging bigger bigger, like where we need to actually, how do we protect more citizens? How do we actually make this happen? And you guys pulled the vision off, from vision to execution absolutely beautifully. City Manager Darwin, myself, Assistant City Manager Cutright, we went over to the city of Glendale, looked at their system, watched things in action while it was actually happening. I think we went over there twice, actually. Watched a stolen car actually being tracked. To your point, why this is so important, we literally watched officers get on scene to a location, and they picked up the suspect 2 miles away on traffic cameras, using the license plate readers. And having the LPR clicked in, it was another operator that we actually watched that was on another screen, hit it while the first operator was actually working the scene and trying to direct police officers there. And to be able to see that integration in a city, and then within 4 minutes, I think, something like that, they had officers on scene, arrested the guy. The guy literally was walking into a pawn shop, I think, parked at a pawn shop, and they were able to pick him up because he was, of course, need to stop for some cash for gas, right? It was the craziest thing ever. And they actually arrested him while we were watching on camera, right? To me, that's what this is all about, right? No officers injured, citizens injured, being able to actually respond so fast to this situation and be able, and then we watched it yesterday as we were talking. There was literally a car accident yesterday that actually happened, you can't make it up. I mean, it literally happened while you were filming this, which was crazy. It happened on scene, and you were able to direct, people to that scene and be able to make sure that there was no major injuries because we could see the two people that were there. I mean, those types of things are critical. One of the things we've talked about with fire, there's a couple white shirts in here, so I'll say this, is literally like, how do we push out, I love the fact that you guys are carrying the mail on this and making this happen. How do we push out, data to tablets or phones to when those firefighters and that they're rolling on scene, they're able to look down and say, hey, this is what's happening. I'm going to need another rescue. I need another truck. This is what's going on, right? And then being able to have that integrated, I think is critical to the nature of being able to take care of citizens, our neighbors, right? The faster we can take care of our neighbors, faster we can respond, and not only keep our safety, our public safety personnel safe, but also how do we take care of citizens across the city of Peoria? Absolutely amazing. So beautifully executed to everybody that worked on this. So thank you.
Mayor, if I may, Mayor and Council, I'd be remiss if we didn't point out that, this is a generational, both these projects are generational projects. No other council is going to start an aviation unit here in the city of Peoria or a real-time crime center. And to think that both of those were stood up in 15 months at minimal cost to our residents, leveraging existing staff, leveraging grant funds, and to be able to save lives this quickly is incredible. So thank you for the support.
Well, thank you guys for executing it. Appreciate it. Thank you for your presentation. We will now move to the regular meeting consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are routine in nature and will be enacted in one motion unless a request for removal has been received prior approval. Before we vote, I did just want to point out to a few comments on the consent agenda. First, I did receive a request from Councilmember Bullock to remove 13C. To be clear, however, this item is not a rezone. This is administrative in nature and simply amends the zoning stipulation to follow current, absolutely current, city code requirements. This item was heard publicly in planning and zoning, where it passed 4-0 with no public comment. It is also important to note that this zoning will become part of the larger master planned PIC, the Peoria Innovation Core zoning, which is underway and will include public meetings, public comment, and presentations at both planning and zoning and city council meetings in the future. As such, I have deemed this item routine in nature and will remain on consent agenda. Do I have a motion to pass the consent agenda? Do I have a second? Second. Please vote. And it passes 7-0. Thank you. We will now move to regular agenda items to introduce new business. I now recognize City Manager, Mr. Henry Darwin, to introduce 22R.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, our only item on the regular agenda this evening will be presented by our Planning Director, Chris Hawkes, who's going to discuss a rezoning case to facilitate the development of a veterinary office and clinic. And as an owner of 3 rescue dogs in that general vicinity, I can attest that a veterinary clinic, a new veterinary clinic in that area is much needed. So please take it away, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Darwood, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Item 22R, this is a proposed rezone of approximately 2.5 net acres. The property on the screen is identified in red. It's located near Pinnacle Peak Road and Lake Pleasant Parkway. The case before us tonight, this was filed by Justin Davis from Justin Davis Law Firm on behalf of the property owner, the Essex Companies. In this case, the applicant is seeking to rezone the site from its current zoning of general agricultural, or AG, to a planned area development. So a PAD, or planned area development, this is a type of zoning district where the standards, development standards, and the uses are tailored to match the proposal and the context for the area. So if this was approved, the zoning would facilitate the development of a small veterinary clinic. In terms of context, the site is a small infill site located along Lake Pleasant Parkway. It's close to the signalized intersection of Pinnacle Peak and Lake Pleasant. There are a number of commercial and non-residential uses in this area and near the intersection. Also, as an infill site, it does share a boundary with the Sunset Ranch community located to the east and south. So that edge condition, of course, was important as we evaluated the rezone case and any potential implications on those residential communities. Looking around the community, there's also a small law office to the south, and then west across the street is, of course, the Pinnacle Peak substation and other commercial uses. And looking at the land use disposition, the property was annexed into the city back in 1981. As required by state statute, it was provided with initial zoning at that time. The zoning that was provided with was general agricultural, which our code sees as a holding zone, meaning it's kept in it keeps the land in a less intensive state until development conditions are ripe. So it's remained ag for 44 years upon its entry into the city. So you're looking at 2 graphics here. The graphic on the left, that's current zoning. And what that says is that tells us what can be developed today and what are the applicable development standards. So it may be difficult to identify the site in the middle, but it's in the middle of that graphic in white. And then you can see to the north in the pink with C2, C2 is an intermediate commercial designation. That's what you see at most mile intersections throughout the city. So it allows a number of commercial uses there. So this is adjacent to other commercial zoning. The graphic to the right, that's the General Plan 2040 land use map. The General Plan, of course, is the city's foundational document that guides growth and development decisions into the future. The site is designated for office local commercial. You can see that in pink on the screen. You can also see that the designation holds as office local commercial for many infill sites along Lake Pleasant Parkway. So this is a designation that supports low-scale commercial uses, things like office, retail, medical, and services. So again, the request tonight, that's to change the zoning from general agricultural to a commercial PAD, which would be in direct alignment with the city's general plan. So the PAD, or planned area development, is the intended zoning district. I mentioned earlier that the PAD would have tailored development standards. In this regard, the PAD would allow for a vet clinic and other uses permitted in the city's O1 or office commercial district. So by, just to provide a little relativity here, the city has 8 commercial zoning districts. O1 or office is the least intense of all those 8 commercial districts. So it allows things like offices, clinics, retail, and sit-down restaurants. What it doesn't permit are more intense uses like gas stations, drive-throughs, or car washes, okay? It's on the lower end of the commercial intensity scale. So while the vet clinic is the proposed use, and we absolutely hope it's infinitely successful, you always have to plan for the backup in the event the business was to turn over or to convert. And with the PAD in place, that would mean that there would be just a limited number of low-scale commercial uses that could fit into that site. Looking at the conceptual development plan, again, this is a vet clinic. It's an 8,000 square foot building at about 29 feet high. You can see the building is positioned towards the front or the northwest corner of that site, leaving a pretty good buffer along the east and south condition. That buffer, those areas are used for parking, drainage retention, and also enhanced landscaping with the buffer. So in this scenario, access to the site, that would be through a shared driveway with the AutoZone use to the north to Lake Pleasant Parkway. In analyzing the request, we always look to the general plan for guidance and to determine how this proposal conforms to the general plan. In this case, staff has found that the PAD does advance the office local commercial designation. It supports the intent for low-scale commercial. We believe it provides an appropriate land use transition from residential to the east to Lake Pleasant. It's consistent with the scale of the area and also a good fit for the area. All of our rezone cases, they all go through a public outreach process that's enumerated in state statute and state code, or in city code rather. It starts with a notice of application that we send to all property owners within a 600-foot radius and all registered HOAs within a mile. It goes through a review period. At some point, it's ready for hearing, and then we also provide the notice of hearing to the same radius. We also publish a legal ad in the paper and post the site on site. Within the process, of course, there's a neighborhood meeting. The applicant holds that neighborhood meeting, and they're required to also meet the same notification requirements for that meeting. So we did have a meeting that was held on January 15th of this year at Sunrise Mountain Library. There were 3 attendees present. A lot of good topics for discussion. The inquiries were around the land uses, the screening mechanisms, signage, building height, hours, noise and odors, and is there going to be a crematorium? So I'll address that in a minute. So as a result of that meeting, the applicant worked with the community and also worked with staff and instituted a few limitations within the PAD. The buffer was expanded along the eastern boundary, the number of trees that are required in that as well. In terms of signage, there will be no illuminated signage on the eastern side that faces the residential. Also along the southern side, it'll be limited only to backlit signage. And then also to address the crematorium, there will be no crematorium. In fact, that's prohibited within the PAD, so that was identified within that portion. This case went to Planning Commission for a public hearing. That was held January 16th of this year. At that meeting, there were no speakers in support or opposition to the case, and the commission voted 4-0 to recommend approval to the City Council. As of the date of this hearing tonight, there have been no correspondence received in support or in opposition. So as I conclude my presentation, what are the key findings? The key findings are that the PAD does conform with the general plan. It advances the office local commercial designation. Again, it provides for an appropriate land use transition, and we believe the standards that have been built into the PAD will optimize the compatibility within the area. So Mayor and Council, I'm happy to answer any questions. The recommendation is to find support as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission, subject to the conditions of approval.
Any questions? Nope. I have one speaker request, Mr. Justin Davis. It's up to you.
Just
okay.
Answer any questions you may have.
Awesome. All right. Thank you for your presentation. Council, do I have a motion to pass 22R? Do I have a second?
Second.
Please vote. And it passes 7-0. Thank you. And we all have dogs, so, or cats, but my dog seems to be at the vet a lot. He's like Zoolander. What is this specifically? Okay, perfect. Okay. Next on the agenda is call to the public. As a reminder, each speaker shall refrain from personal attacks, foul or abusive language, and will maintain a civil and courteous manner and tone. Members of the audience shall respect the rights of others and will not create noise or disturbances that will disrupt or disturb the meeting. By state law, the council is not authorized to discuss or take action on any issue raised by public comment until a later date. With that, Vaban, no. Am I pronouncing it? Yes, sir. Vaban of the food donation drive. Sorry. Nomar? Am I saying that the right way? No.
Good evening. Honorable Mayor and Council members, my name is Vaibhav Naugre. I am a volunteer with Hindu Swayam Sevak Sangh. It's a non-profit organization and representing Hindu community in the city of Peoria. Today, I just want to share a positive story with you all. It's about Seva Diwali, a annual food donation drive that was conducted in the last quarter. This remarkable initiative brings people together, fosters deep commitment to selfless service, and embodies the true spirit of Diwali, festival of light, generosity, and hope. In 2024, Seva Diwali volunteers collected and distributed over 717,000 pounds of non-perishable food items for food pantries and organizations serving the most vulnerable in our communities. The initiative brought together dharmic communities, Hindu faith groups, and compassionate individuals from more than 200 cities, reaffirming the timeless value of seva, selfless giving, during this auspicious time of the year. I'll come back to Peoria now. In Peoria, our dedicated volunteers organized food collection and donation drives, making a tangible impact on local families. Their contribution this year included 10,700 pounds of food donated to the Navajo community, ensuring that no family goes hungry during the holiday season. Also, I would like to thank Honorable John Edward for his guidance, who introduced us to Heart Pantry, the local organization in the West Valley, working for at-risk teenagers, supplying nutritious snacks and meals across 26 schools. So we contributed around 1,300 pounds of food to them in the month of February this year. We want to acknowledge the active participation of Hindu community, who played a crucial role coordinating and managing this initiative at both regional and national levels. Their tireless efforts exemplify the core values of service, unity, and compassion that strengthens our communities. We would like to thank Honorable Mayor and his entire leadership team for the support we have been getting for the last 2 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Joe Clore.
Good evening. My name's Joe Clore. I live in Vistancia. I came here specifically today to see the presentation on the Public Safety Real-Time Crime Center and the Air Unit. I just want to say that I think that was a great presentation that shows how those two assets work together. The Real-Time Crime Center is an absolute game changer for the city of Peoria, as it is across the country. They're happening everywhere. With regards to the helicopter, this video that you showed is an excellent example of how those two assets work together. It's likely that that suspect would not have been captured had it not been for the air unit and the flare unit. As a retired police officer, 34 years in the city of Phoenix, half that time working Maryville with Chief Spaulding, we had a lot of good times. I can tell you we had the benefit of air cover in Phoenix, and it totally changes the dynamic of the scene when you have an air unit over a suspect. That most of the time it changes their mindset, and they realize they're not going to get away or not likely to get away. They're just going to be tired when they get arrested if they continue to run, and a lot of them just go prone, and it really is a game changer, especially if you're the only one out there and you don't have any backup with you, and the only one overhead is the air unit. So I appreciate that. The other thing that I want to say that is important, I think, is the need for two ships. When you only have one ship, you're very, very limited in what you can do and what you can provide to the community. So I think realistically, if you're going to have a functioning air unit, you really are going to need two ships. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Candace James.
Good evening. My name is Candace James, and for the last 10 years, I live in Trilogy. For the last 20 years, I've been a real estate appraiser in Arizona. And for the last 30 years, I have been a real estate agent. I've been doing appraisals all over the valley for the last 20 years. And in that time, I've never seen anything like this proposal for Amcore in our community. This is the most inappropriate city planning I have ever seen. As a resident of Trilogy, I truly appreciate the safety and well-being of our community, and it was really great to hear the fire department and the police department talk about their future endeavors and planning. I would like to see the same consideration taken to the residents of my community. You all took an oath to uphold the safety, as you said earlier, Mayor, and well-being of the community, and this proposed atrocity in our suburban neighborhood does not accomplish that. This is the worst land use imaginable, to put a factory in an area that's running 24 hours, 18 stories, and over 2,500,000 square feet next to schools and a suburban area. 1,450 feet is the distance from this proposed factory to the closest house. I'd like to ask a show of hands from each of the council members and the mayor, how many of you would like a 1,450 foot distance between your homes? Could you respond to that, please? Nobody would. I don't blame you. We have been repeatedly misinformed about the use of this area. We were told that it was going to be restaurants, shopping, and I can tell you as a realtor and an appraiser, this is going to badly diminish our property value in our beautiful neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, ma'am. So I have 14 other requests to speak on Amcore issues. So I'm going to release staff. And if you're not directly impacted or working on Amcore, I would ask you to leave. Because they should go home to their families, and that's not what they get paid for. So, Henry? They don't, I'm sorry, but that's how it works. So, thank you. If you're not directly working on Amcore, I would ask staff to leave. Go home to your families. Kathy Barkhill? I'm sorry? Bartelheim? Thank you, ma'am. I'm glad. I haven't gotten a few of them right tonight, so I apologize.
Mayor Beck and council members, and my neighbors from Vistancia. My husband and I moved to Blackstone in Vistancia about 9 years ago because we selected it as the #1 planned community in the state of Arizona in the last 10 years. It's safe, it's quiet, it's clean. We were blindsided by the original Amcore proposal and absolutely infuriated by the latest proposal. 2.4 million square feet, 24/7 operations, 2,000 cars coming and going every day, forever chemicals that cause multiple types of cancer, developmental issues, and delays in children. Oh yeah, and isn't this right up against a new charter school? I certainly wouldn't have want my children to go there. I don't know about anybody here that would want their child exposed to that. Not to mention the immune compromising chemicals and the things that it causes. PFAS in water and air. It's a traffic nightmare. Mayor Beck, I heard you say tonight, and I quote, "Saving lives is the most important thing." What about ours? We have definitely increased risk of cancer with the forever chemicals going to be released into our water and air right in our neighborhood. And I finally quote, and this is another quote, I took notes, "The safety and well-being of our citizens is our most important goal." What about us? What about our safety and our well-being? You know, it's great that you have all these new police procedures. That's wonderful, but we don't feel like we're being protected. Does this not include the thousands of residents in Vistancia, Trilogy, Mystic, North Point, and Coldwater Ranch, risking our health for profit? Would you want your children and families exposed to this monstrosity in their backyard? We say no to Amcore in Vistancia. And my neighbors here that are in support of no Amcore in Vistancia, please rise. And repeat after me. We say no to Amcore in Vistancia. We say no to Amcore in Vistancia. Thank you so much.
Mr. Steve. Mr. Steve Riggins.
Mayor, Assembly people, thanks for letting me speak. Appreciate it. Steve Riggins, manufacturing guy. First of all, kudos on the public safety. I will donate 10 cents for another helicopter, absolutely. So nice work on that. But this large chip manufacturing plant, typically classified as an industrial facility for zoning purposes, these plants typically include high volume wafer dicing, die bonding, wire bonding, encapsulation testing, marking, and final inspection, which all align with industrial activities. An industrial zone is a specially designated location for this type of industrial use due to the nature and the activities, the waste-generated potential harm if located in proximity to the general public. The property you have just acquired from Arizona, from Peoria, for your Peoria Innovation Core is an absolute right place for this thing, and congratulations on getting that land. Industrial waste is waste produced by industrial activity, which includes any materials that are rendered useless during processing. We know there'll be about 1.6 million gallons a day of wastewater that will be pumped into our community waste treatment plant. Water not clean enough from Amcore to reuse in their plant. This is a little less than the amount of wastewater the entire population of Vistancia, which is 70,000 people, is currently sending to the treatment plant. That's a lot of water. In this document, this Vistancia Plant Community District Standards and Guidelines report that you guys approved in November is basically the source document for Vistancia and how it should be planned and used. One of the big items for the amendment was removing 2 golf courses because of water use issues, which, you know, I applaud. The problem is a golf course might use maybe 400,000 gallons a day. There's 2 of those, that's 800,000, so you want to put twice that amount into Amcore. And the last thing is our waste treatment plant is not designed to remove any chemical that will be found in the wastewater from Amcore. We use this water in the plant and the waste treatment plant to irrigate vegetation and land all over Vistancia and to recharge our water table. So chemical waste from Amcore will end up in our water, it's guaranteed. And Amcore absolutely cannot guarantee this will not happen. There's a cool movie called Aaron Brockovich. It's kind of a cool description of what could happen. I want to read something from this planning document. Vistancia has been and will continue to be developed utilizing environmentally sensitive community building practices. Vistancia continues to work closely with the City of Peoria regarding its Tier 2 water savings plan. And again, if your goal is public safety, We've got 70,000 residents that you could imperil with polluting our water table. So please consider that.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Dana Moore?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Here to talk against Amcore as well. Went back and looked on some archive reports. December 13, 2005, City of Peoria, Loop 303 Specific Area Plan, Final Project Report. It was a 37-page report talking about the expansion, putting in a new loop freeway, having a new community, Vistancia, and all the requirements, document talking about detailed land use, site design guidelines, specific zoning allowed, types of businesses, roads, fire police additions, public safety requirements, and more. Nowhere recently does it say the city has followed all the rules on the overall plan and do all the design reviews and approvals needed. Haven't heard a word about it. Sounds more like the city council just makes their own rules and gets things passed and approved secretly, and no hearings or public knowledge. 2021 Vistancia HOA meeting where developers presented North 5 project to residents. No industrial mention of anything. April 23, 5 North website shows the plan is for retail, restaurants, medical, healthcare, apartments, golf courses, lifestyle of the community. No, again, nothing about industrial projects. 2023 later, the city council wanted Amcore, and it's in documents, to move to another site of 1,600 acres. Amcore said no, so the county just melted away and didn't force them to. My question is why? 2024, the city donates 56 acres of land to Amcore, a multi-billion-dollar company. This is government waste of taxpayer property and money. We hear about that in the news every day these days. This council is running the city like it was like their own personal company. You're throwing money away. Who would donate property for no money to a multi-billion-dollar corporation? Makes no sense. 2024, you approve the plan of development of the factory, the square footage and heights has already been described by earlier presenters, and then Amcore changed it, basically more than doubled the square footage and the height. So why did you allow that to happen? Just because they said that's what they wanted? Don't get it. Again, where was the design and building approval process that you would look at and see if it makes sense? And was the public part of this choice? We've lived here for almost 6 years. There was no public hearings on that. Zero.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Cynthia Diaz? I'm sorry? She had to leave, okay. Bill Cupo?
Thank you and good evening. My name is Bill Cupo. My wife and I, Rose, have lived in Vistancia in Mountain Gate for 18 years. And through the process of hearing about Amcore, there's just a couple of things that I have questions about. The first is, of course, we're introduced it was going to be an upscale retail location. And by the way, there's also going to be a chip factory or testing and shipping facility built there also. 500,000 square feet, $2 billion investment from Amcore, which I thought that's very sizable for a $6 billion company. Fast forward a few months, oh, by the way, it's gone from 500,000 square feet to 2 million square feet. I look for the investment. There is no investment. There's no additional investment. That's like going from a 1,500 square foot home to a 4,000 square foot home, and no more money was involved. That tells me that they knew what they were doing from the beginning, that they railroaded you, they railroaded us, and now we have to live with it according to what you want us to do. How is that fair to the community? I've lived there 18 years. I retired this year with the intent of staying there for a long time. Now I have to deal with potential health problems that I could have, which I've had in the past. How is that fair to the residents? How is that fair to the constituents? The other issue that I have is the safety issue, and I know about the chemicals and all those things. Mine is if there's a major incident there, let's just say there's a wildfire burning down the 303, part of the neighborhoods are on fire, and Amcore starts on fire. Do you have the equipment? Do you have the training? Do you have the people you need to take care of that? Do you also have the way to get the people out of Vistancia if there's a chemical cloud that starts to go west? How are you going to get the people out of there? God bless you, you got a helicopter for a dime per person. Is that going to fly everybody out? Is that going to fly out 8,000 to 10,000 people? How are you going to get us out of there? Nobody seems to care about that. So my major thing with this is it's transparency. This seems like it was a done deal when we heard about it. How can that be? If it was such a great idea, why didn't you put it on the ballot in November and let us vote on it and then see what would happen? That, to me, is just, you did it unilaterally without us knowing, and the transparency is terrible. So I have two things that I just want to leave you with, is it's the wrong place to put a plant like this. Absolutely the wrong place. And secondly, Mayor, I would support a recall for you for doing this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Carol Engelman?
Well, at least I didn't draw the short straw and had to go first. So good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Carol Engelman, and I just kind of want to backtrack a little bit. I've done some research too. On May 1st, 2023, Mark Hammonds gathered Vistancia residents to showcase his plan for a 320-acre mixed-use development known as Vistancia Commercial Core, i.e., which became 5 North. Derived its name as the fifth lifestyle within the Vistancia umbrella of Vistancia Village, Trilogy, Blackstone, and North Point. Hammonds called it the final jewel, a dynamic hotspot in North Peoria. He used descriptors as best in class, first in market entertainment, pristine living opportunities in North Peoria. Hammonds displayed large renderings throughout the gym and touted luxury desert-inspired design elements that reflect the #1 master plan community in Arizona. Over the past 20 years, this community has been thoughtfully developed to bring the highest quality of life to all its residents. So that begs the question, how did we get here? Those renderings are now replaced by Amcore site plans, a massive 2.1 million square foot industrial site, destroying all those years of thoughtful preservation of the natural resources and aesthetic beauty of our community. The proposed Amcore property is designated as a mixed-use neighborhood village center, a general designation that allows for uses such as restaurants, retail, and ground floor office space. Ground floor office space. Amcore clearly does not fit into that designation. The height alone exceeds the restriction in a mixed-use neighborhood village center, which limits the height to 6 stories. Hammond's original renderings included one small area labeled small office space on his map. Again, I ask, how did we get here? Amcore might be right for the council's Peoria Development Initiative, however, has no place in a pristine residential area. Amcore will threaten our natural resources. The daily water consumption, the daily chemical emissions and ground penetration, the constant nightlight pollution that we even have to submit to HOA if we want to put up garden lights. Can you imagine? And the voluminous traffic and unacceptable noise pollution. All of these will destroy 20 years of thoughtful planning, and Vistancia will be negatively impacted forever.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Doreen Power?
Good evening. I'm Doreen Power. I live in Vistancia. Last week, Thatcher Manufacturing in Buckeye. They spilled 3,500 gallons of highly toxic nitric acid, sending a large orange plume of gases into the air and requiring a shelter in place, just as you pointed out. And this was not the first time they'd had a spill or a leak. Just 9 months ago, they leaked 10,000 pounds, resulting in the Department of Environmental Quality to demand Thatcher take corrective actions. Yet just a few minutes later, another hazmat incident has occurred. Is this a fair comparison to the risk Amcore brings? I do not know. But I do know is that Thatcher was not located next to a neighborhood, a school, and a park. We are being asked to trust you, to trust Amcore, and to trust watchdog agencies, but how can we? Developers and city leadership have lied to us. Amcore prioritizes profits over people. Federal agencies are being gutted, and existing state agencies are not penalizing offenders enough to make them change their ways. It will be on you when a safety or contamination issue hits, because you chose to build Amcore in a residential area, putting citizens, children, and our first responders at risk. You could have pursued other options for 5 North, including building the new West Met campus to grow a skilled workforce for TSMC and Amcore, yet you did not. Amcore also has options that they have chosen not to pursue. They claim they will lose funding, profits, or customers. Yet have they even tried to get modifications to the CHIPS Act funding requirements in order to build the best long-term solution? Has the city or Amcore tried to work with agencies to expedite the needed infrastructure at a different location? Has Amcore tried to work with their biggest customer, Apple, who supposedly shares a commitment to safety and the environment? They have had a successful partnership for decades, relying on their overseas factories. Is it not viable for this extra demand to be processed at those factories while a site for Amcore is prepared? We do not know how seriously any of these options were considered, but Amcore chose profit over people and leveraged accomplices, even our own city leadership, in helping them do so. Perhaps if we had not wasted a year pretending an airport was going to be Peoria's economic driver instead of TSMC, which was obviously the economic driver, we would have had another option available for Amcore, and we would not be in this mess. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Sherry Orr.
Good evening. I am a resident of the Mesquite District. I'm not a resident of Vistancia, so I'm speaking outside of that community. Thank you. Okay. There we go. Peoria has been ranked a top 10 city to reside in because of its livability, which is measured by access to outdoor activities, family fun, relaxation, and a great quality of life. It is labeled as one of the best cities to live in Arizona. It's described as relaxing and peaceful, a getaway from it all kind of place, a dense suburban feel with lots of parks, excellent golf courses, vibrant street life, and a wide range of recreational activities. But what's missing in that description? Heavy industrial. Heavy industrial conjures up images of air pollution, Superfund sites, three-eyed fish, like in The Simpsons, fences with barbed wire, 24/7 sounds of delivery trucks, and a massive blight on the desert landscape we all moved here for, with pristine views of the Bradshaw Mountains. The City of Peoria's website homepage rotates images of our desert landscape, Lake Pleasant, hiking trails, and open spaces. It doesn't go unnoticed that manufacturing and factories are not a selling point, even for the city's own website. Peoria residents don't want heavy industrial in our city. We don't want factories that contaminate our air, water, and soil with forever chemicals. TSMC is an eyesore, and we don't want a row of similar factories now defining North Peoria. Families don't want to drive past toxic factories as we take our children to play in Paloma Park, and we don't want the resulting air pollution and contaminated water harming our families' health. You are changing the landscape of North Peoria, and not for the better. The vision for Factory Row is not the residents' vision. It was not what we moved here for. We understand development will happen, but it should not be on your terms and your vision. We want a hospital, corporate headquarters, retail, and tourist attractions. We don't want factories. It doesn't matter if it's only 11% of the new development. That is 11% too much. The footprint of the 721 acres you are trying to turn into Factory Row is the same size as 1.5 Disneylands. Instead of voting to remove protective regulations for that land and removing the voice of the residents in future development, you should be representing the will of the people. Members of the community, including both South and North Peoria, are uniting. We are tired of being ignored and our elected representatives no longer representing their constituents. Our numbers are growing daily, and our voices will get louder. We are working to educate every citizen in the city about what is happening and what steps they can take to get our city back on track. After backdoor deals, NDAs that keep key economic development secret from residents, defunding Paloma Park in favor of an unnecessary helicopter, and wasteful spending like paying $140,000 of taxpayer money for lobbyists to pursue that heavy industry that residents don't want, we no longer trust you to represent us to do what is best for us. As a united community, we will take the necessary legal steps to get our city back on track. Thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Mr. Jeff Orr.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. I stand here representing the health and safety and well-being of our city's residents, and I come with this message. We must take immediate action to protect our community from the dangerous and harmful chemicals known as PFAS, also referred to as forever chemicals, that Amcore will be using. PFAS are a class of man-made chemicals that do not break down in the environment and our bodies. Let me repeat that. PFAS do not break down in the environment or in our bodies. They persist in our water, our soil, our air. Studies have shown that exposure to PFAS can lead to a wide range of serious health problems, including a 33% increase in cancer, liver dysfunction, weakened immune systems, and developmental harm to children. Now, I don't stand here today as somebody opposed to light industry and progress. I understand the importance of jobs, of economic growth and industrial development in our city. However, there is no job, no factory, no development that is worth the risk of our community's health. We are already grappling with alarming cancer rates in this nation, including 1 in every 2 people being diagnosed with cancer. We cannot ignore the growing body of evidence linking PFAS exposure to cancer and other chronic diseases. The studies are clear. And because Amcore is now going to be sending 80% of its contaminated water into a water reclamation system that disperses water into our golf courses, into our playgrounds, into a reservoir that will seep into our aquifer, it is clear PFAS are going to contaminate our water supply. We cannot afford to allow those chemicals to stay in our environment and negatively impact our entire city. There are nearly 5,000 PFAS, but only 6 are currently regulated. So when you say to trust you because all the regulations will be followed, I'm sorry, but that's a shallow promise. The best way to protect the citizens of this great city is not to allow this forever chemical factory within our city. So I ask you to consider the long-term impact of your decision. Will you allow a factory to pollute our environment with chemicals that will remain in our bodies and our water supply forever? Or will you take a stand for our citizens' health and say no to the use of PFAS in our city? You're obligated by state statute and the Peoria City Charter to pursue health and safety and welfare of the residents through your economic development choices. Saying yes to Amcore violates these laws. So I urge the council to deny the building of Amcore within Peoria and to protect our water and the future of our children, our families, and our neighbors. Please act now before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Don McCartney.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would like to ask, even if you're not interested, could you at least act like you are? Most people don't even look at us when we're speaking. I'm watching all of you up there. This means a lot to us. So it may not mean it as much to you, but it does to us. So with that being said, I here tonight on behalf of families, homeowners, and children who will be directly impacted by this proposed Amcore semiconductor facility, especially if it's allowed to move forward. At the start of this meeting, the young gentleman spoke about the importance of nature, about preserving the beauty and the balance of our environment. His words remind us of why we chose to build where we did and to live in this community that we wanted to be a part of. Not surrounded by factories, pollution, industrial noise, but to raise our families in a safe, healthy, and peaceful neighborhood. The mayor, you stated you care deeply about the safety of our police and firefighters. We sure do too, believe me. But what we also want is for you all to show that you have that same concern for our safety, our children's safety, and the future of our community. This isn't just another business. This is a 2 million square foot industrial facility, standing over 110 feet tall, operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. At the Amcore presentation, they spoke about the noise and that they're going to have to lower the noise starting at 10 p.m. because there is going to be noise 24/7. There will be trucks, there'll be pollution, there'll be all of this in a residential neighborhood. And I have to admit, every day that I drive by, this charter school is literally across the street from my home, which means this vision will be Amcore right behind it for us. And I think about if I were a parent, there is no way in hell I would let my kids go to that school with that building there. And let's talk about what this facility is going to introduce into our environment, right? The testing and the packaging releases toxic chemicals, as we talked about, hazardous waste. Even with regulations, the risk of air and water contamination is real. And it'll be happening just feet away from our homes and our school. Would any of you want your children or your grandchildren to be a part of this? Would you want them to be going to that school? Would you want them surrounded by this industrial facility? Then there's the water, which I'm not even going to go into. We've talked about it enough, but let's think about the amount of strain that's already going to put on us. And then let's not forget about the impact of the quality of life. This facility will stand over 110 feet tall. It'll cast a shadow over our homes. Instead of the beautiful mountains that we want to see in the peaceful community, we'll have an industrial fortress, flooding our neighborhood with round-the-clock truck traffic, bright lights, and noise pollution. This will devastate our property values and destroy the very character of our neighborhood. Families who moved here for safety and community will now be forced to reconsider their future. I just want us to think about this. This facility does not belong here. We're asking you to stand with us, care about us and our safety, and reject this proposal. Let's find a new place for this building to be put, but it is not where it is now going to be proposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments, ma'am. I apologize not being able to see the second part of this name. Sandra, starts with an F? Fox, sorry.
Good evening. I'm Sandra Fox. I live in Trilogy. And there were several questions that I brought up 2 weeks ago when I was here, and I still don't have the answers. And I was wondering if the mayor and council can point me in the direction of where I can find this information. I want to know who is going to be in charge of the proper disposal of these chemicals that are going to come out in the water in the plant. What are the regulations going to be? Will we need a separate fire department that is specially trained in toxic waste? Or do we keep the fire department that we have and train them? Do we expand that fire department? Do we expand the police department so that there are people there directing traffic all the time with trucks coming in and out? I don't have a lot to say about this, but I think without these answers, I can't see how the mayor and council can proceed giving Amcore permission to build. You have to know what's going to happen and how you're going to handle certain situations before you give approval. There's nothing coming from the mayor and council to make us more comfortable with the situation. We're not comfortable with it. Our lives, our children's lives, most importantly, our children's lives are at stake here. And are you willing to pay the price of a child's life? That's what I'd like to know. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Steve Prokopek, sorry.
It's been 15 years since I've been here. So, Mayor, Council, Steve Prokopek, I live in Vistancia. I'm not opposed to the economic development nor Amcore as a potential neighbor. I bear no animosity towards the Peoria leadership or staff. However, in my recent conversation with Chris Hawkes, he stated that the PCD entitlements supersede any planning documents. Therefore, the city's hands are tied regarding the site plan approval. I respectfully disagree. The Amcore development agreement is pursuant to the Vistancia development agreement, which clearly states development must be consistent with and pursuant to the general plan and the original Vistancia master plan. The latter two, a contractual condition to the PCD entitlements annexation. PCD zoning, by its very definition, is contingent upon a comprehensive master plan. Instead of absolute development entitlements like hard zoning, PCD is a toolbox to implement the master plan. In this case, the general plan and Vistancia master plan. The three go hand in hand. Every master planning document since 2001 for 5 North provides the guiding principles for a pedestrian-oriented mixed-use environment. The current site plan on record, a 2 million square foot, 12-story, single-use, low-employment density industrial facility, is nowhere near in compliance with General Plan 2040, which has a 6-story limit, the Loop 303 specific area plan, which I architected, the original Vistancia master plan, or any plan ever created for this property, all designating the area as a pedestrian-based true mixed-use commercial core. While Amcore isn't unwelcome and appreciating employment as a vital component, the site design and intensity has grown way beyond what was originally proposed, which in itself already flirted with noncompliance. Furthermore, Section 21-03 of the Peoria Zoning Code states that zoning shall not interfere, abrogate, or annul an agreement on the property. This means Vistancia Development Agreement supersedes the PCD, and by contract, PCD is subordinate to the general plan and the original Vistancia master plan. If the city of Peoria approves the site plan as is, it will do so in violation of planning principles, its own zoning law, the Vistancia Development Agreement, and the Amcore Agreement. Ironically, the Vistancia Development Agreement was put in place to protect those investing in Vistancia from the city abusing the PCD process, a disclosure made to Vistancia home buyers. I'm not a NIMBY. I believe Peoria has incredible economic development potential if done the right way. It simply comes down to proper execution. There is a pathway to a positive outcome, and I urge the city and Amcore to amend the site plan to be legally compliant with the Vistancia Development Agreement, which should be a pedestrian-scaled business campus no more than 6 stories, to which both contractually agreed. I truly hope Amcore understands the legal predicament they created and the legal risk. And should the city deny the current site plan, they do so in accordance with the law and its obligation to the public, superseding any previous staff opinion conveyed to Amcore. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Dan O'Brien.
Dan O'Brien, Mayor, Councilman, Council people. Boy, I sure hate following that because, I mean, that encapsulates it all right there. And I really do believe that this city council, it's incumbent on them to take this information very seriously and to heart. I, for one, and I've sat on general plan updates on for many different cities. And I have never seen our general plan that's been so abused as I see this one. And I do agree with 22R today, but it was sort of flippantly commented that, you know, we leave it as in the general plan as ag is the least intensive. But in my view, that sort of does nothing but creates a problem for those people that have made expectations around an area that's now called ag, that now you're going to make it more intensive. And I think that's a wrong approach to take to this. Now, I am happy that 22R is proposed for veterinarian clinic, and that we would not have a crematorium. I think that's a great idea around that. I also applaud that it's not a 118-story building right there, because that would be inappropriate around that housing. But I know that the planning department really understood that. But what I don't understand is that even with PIC, and I believe in PIC, but again, when I look at the general plan again, there's no reference for industrial facilities up in that area. It's not zoned for industrial, it's zoned for business, commercial, employment commercial, I think is what it is. In the general plan I'm really talking about. And so here we are again, and now I understand Hyperion may be coming up there. That's industrial use. Now, I apologize, it's my fault. I sort of believed in the city. I came to a large city. I knew that the planning department would be all over this. So I have been relaxing, watching rerun Westerns all afternoon. And so I really haven't been paying attention and took my eye off the ball. But there's a lot that's been going on in the city ever since we've been going after innovation. And I think that has not been as careful as it should be. I think it's been a little cavalier. And I feel bad for you council members that are sitting here and having to listen to this, and it can get pretty intense at night. So I apologize for that. I would recommend that, Mayor Beck, that you join us in a Q&A back and forth, because this isn't serving your purposes here, and we're not getting answers. There's questions back here that people really want to have answers to. And I think that I know that you're planning on coming out to the communities, but I think that you have a different idea in mind. I really wish that you would entertain a Q&A to help people better understand what is going on with the planning here in this city. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments, sir. Kenton Brown.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Kenton Brown. I'm a pharmacist of 38 years, a Peoria resident of 25 years, and I've lived in Vistancia for 2 years. To cite a few examples, over the years, we've had the tobacco industry tell us that there are no known consequences from smoking cigarettes. We've had the pharmaceutical industry tell us that narcotics are safe and not habit-forming. And we could tell where this story was going. People died from preventable causes. Now we have Mayor Beck stating publicly that Peoria is the prime spot for Silicon Desert. Regarding Amcore and Forever Chemicals, there's a simple line drawn from industry to Forever Chemicals to humans, ultimately with ingestion and insult to the human body. We already know where this story is going as well. The EPA cannot keep up and study forever compounds, and there's 6,000 variants. Amcore would substitute one forever compound for another one. Water bottles that are BPA-free are made with BPSs or BPS. Amcore will do the same thing. We cannot expect Amcore to police themselves for our safety or the EPA to be able to keep up with the onslaught of growing forever compounds. Worse than existence of fluorocarbons in forever compounds is the manufacturing and use of the forever compounds. This is what you're all bringing to Peoria, not progress, disaster, and lawsuits. The only way to stop this is for the safety of Peoria to be on you. This is the time to do the right thing. Stop industry from getting to us, our health. On the way home tonight, I want each of you to consider how you want to write our history as a community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Megan Staub.
good evening. I'm going to take it a little different direction, but I wanted to come and speak about the potential costs to all of Peoria residents that we could incur in regards to making North Peoria the Silicon Desert. I'm not talking about the cost to our health and environment, which there will be costs for that, but the actual monetary costs we will all endure in Peoria. In the last council meeting, a special study session was held to discuss raising the city's water utility rates by 5.5% in fiscal year 2026 and by 5.1% in fiscal year 2027. This comes after the City Council approved water utility rate increases of 12% in fiscal year 2024 and 9% in fiscal year 2025. If you're keeping count, that is a 31.6% increase in our water utility rates in a 4-year period. To expand the Beardsley Water Reclamation Site, City Council approved $40 million for this. $10 million in February of 2022, $20 million in June 2022, and $10 million in June 2023. On the city's website, it was written that the city committed $170 million in the current budget to support water services infrastructure. Our ongoing water strategy includes over $500 million of water-related projects within our 10-year capital improvement plan. I understand that to some extent, we as residents will pay for growth, but this just seems excessive. Isn't that what the impact fees are for? To help pay for infrastructure due to growth? I remember the conversation of impact fees were raised in the Mesquite district particularly due to all the growth and that it wasn't fair that the rest of Peoria had to pay those fees. But now you're asking for all of Peoria residents that they need to contribute to growth in North Peoria through increased utility rates. How much is Amcore contributing to our water infrastructure? Currently, the city has a deal with Amcore to pay for 50% of their reclaimed water treatment cost and build a water reclamation line to the tune of $500,000. All the while, TSMC built its own water reclamation facility. Amcore is receiving over $400 million in CHIPS Act funds. Why are we, the residents, helping to pay for their business? What other promises are being made to these other Silicon Desert companies by the city that we are unaware of? Big business seems to be getting all the breaks. Where are the breaks for the residents, the people that you're supposed to represent?
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Mr. John Forsyth.
Well, make no mistake, the people have finally figured out that our republic is under attack. It's under attack from within, and it's under attack by you, Beck. This government is supposed to be of the people, by the people, and for the people. I'm going to use your own words. You said that you could speak for the entire council. Not in a democracy, you can't. So you're trying to make this of, by, and for Jason Beck. Now, you've hijacked not only this council, but the employees of Peoria and the residents. Done it by coercion, lies, money, fear, yelling, threats, and telling people you're going to sue them until they're bankrupt. This council's heard that statement from you. Fear. Fear is how you control everything. This council no longer represents the people. It represents you. I'm not going to individually mention council members by name, but this is a sad state of America in 2025. Let's talk about the employees. I've said this before. There's a mantra here in the city of Peoria: get in line or resign. We've had a lot of high-profile people that have quit. Vanessa Hickman, Katie Gregory, Jeff Tyne, Art Miller. What about the assistant city manager, Bus? Heard about all that story. Art Miller thinks so much of you. Not only did he quit, he's running against you now because he doesn't like the way the city of Peoria is being run. None of us like the way city of Peoria is being run. You know, you have forced employees to quit. You have asked for their resignations. You demoted them. You've moved them around. You fired them by retaliation because they didn't do what you've asked. There is fear in this city government. There is fear from the residents. The residents. Why does the residents fear? Fear is a civil rights violation
by the way. This is asinine. We have Vistancia, that was supposed to be a quiet community, bedroom community where old people go to retire and golf. Now they're going to have to look at a manufacturing facility that you, in all of genius, nobody in Missouri would have done this, puts it next to a school. So you have people trying to retire, live out their golden age. You have people that are just trying to get to retirement age. Why don't you put a cemetery right next to Amcore? Then we can live, we can be born, live, and work and die, all because of Amcore. I mean, the stupidity of this entire council going along with the lie of Amcore. We're 500,000 square feet, 2 million gallons of water every day. Oh, we're 2 million square feet, but we're only 2 million gallons of water a day. Oh, come on, guys. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure 1 + 1 doesn't equal 3.
I'm sorry? No, what were you saying, ma'am? I don't say thank you to, I don't thank you to liars, so I appreciate that. And it has nothing to do with, so I am going to make a comment because I actually think this is appropriate. So we're the last speaker, so I actually get to make a comment. You should, you probably should, because it's about you. No, the problem is, ma'am, is the truth is he doesn't actually say the truth. And the problem is that whenever you disparage somebody with lies, like this gentleman does, actually, gentleman's a wrong word for him. You can say whatever you want, but the problem is when somebody goes down this path and they continue to actually lie. That's not how we're supposed to be acting, and that's not how we act. So just so everybody understands, ma'am, this is not a conversation. Here is the problem. The problem is that I don't have the ability to fire anybody else in the city. So the comments that he makes are actual lies. So, well, if that's really what you think, ma'am, I apologize if that's what you think. So, ma'am, that's it. So. I now recognize, I now recognize Henry. You good?
Just
All right.
adjourn.
And we're adjourned. So.